Good morning, everybody. I know what time it is, President Darth Dan. All right. Good morning. Bagel now or in 20 minutes. What I want you guys to do is leave me alone. Dan Almighty. Is it Re Day or Brie Day? It's. Damn it. I was supposed to. Never mind. Good morning, BlackRock Employee of the Month. Good morning to you, too, sir. Can we get a recap of the hallway incident? Um, yeah, I'm really not sure exactly what happened there. What brokerages would you recommend for the US? Um, for holding, for trading. I have different recommendations for different things. Morning picklers, finna grab me some sweet Feb 180s. Nice AP. I'm looking to grab me some spy puts. Oh, that didn't fix anything. Why doesn't this have an undo feature? So the 12 million shares were from Vanguard? I don't fucking know. Why are you asking me? I'll work for Vanguard. You left your car lights on. I saw them in an employee parking garage or a mutual company, BlackRock, which is where you work, and so do I. At what price do you think Credit Suisse will sacrifice an intern on the altar? I mean, at $1,000, someone from Credit Suisse is going to jail. That's a guarantee. More than ecstasy. So we're gonna go down with the spy today. Probably. I can see that happening. How low do you think the spy can dip? There's some gaps to fill to the downside on the spy. 420. Any advice for learning option fundamentals? Start with your brokerage. Whatever brokerage you have should have some educational materials. That's a fine place to start. Investopedia. Learn the terminology. Um, learn the order types. Learn what each contract does and the purpose it serves. Each type of contract. Don't worry about multi-leg strategies and stuff like that early on. It'll just serve to confuse you. Um, so yeah, that's probably good starting advice. Um, Good morning, Matt with two T's. But what about negative beta? Oh, that's stupid. But what are they going to call the company in the BlackRock Vanguard merger? Infinite Trophy? Black Castle? Blackguard? That works too. Blackguard? Good MOASS. Got a 90 damn ban from buying with unsettled funds on Fidelity. Congratulations. Van Rock. If we had negative theta, could we go back in time and buy more GME shares at $5? Sure. We're happy to announce that for your excellent work writing TD and keeping the plebs distracted on YouTube while we continue our nefarious actions, we're rewarding you with the Employee of the Day Award. You get one free coffee token at the Employee Lounge expiring tomorrow. Thank you so much, BlackRock Company execs. They're shadow banning you on YouTube. I know. That's fine. Super excited for today. No reason at all. Nice. Why is the cost for 510 Febs more expensive than cheaper strikes? Higher OI. So the ask is raised. Congrats on your distinguished award. Thank you, Popcorn Trader. Think we bounce off the long term trend? We could. Oh, this is a GameStop. Where did GameStop go? There it is. Hmm. Odd. Like this one? Yeah, we could bounce off that. That's around like where we are now, though. Like 180, 180, 181. How bad you imagine theta to be on the current out of the money Jan calls from now until the next theorized run? You can just use an options calculator and figure out exactly how bad that theta is. Why buy puts on the SPY instead of calls on SPXS? That's a good question. I don't think we're gonna see a crash. We could, um, but in the event that we just see a steep correction, calls on the SPY would be better, or puts on the SPY would be better, rather. Thoughts on trade spotting? Jamie? Jamie's super cool. Cool guy. Just took a new job with 30% more pay and 10K signing bonus. Praying that clears before MOASS. Nice, Stuke. It's still a toss up as far as the fail versus roll goes. Um, some futures are being rolled right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll see any of that price action. We've missed you as of late. We were pulled into the Kellogg employee strike debacle. We're happy to announce that late last night, Stefan became a father to 44th child. This is a momentous day. What do you think he will be employed next? Praise be to the Lady VWAP. We thought we'd give him some time with his family. President of the Pickle Union. Um, you know, because he just had a baby. He's on paternity leave. Our Feb 350 is still a good play. I mean, sure, but I'd look lower. Just because, like, cheaper strikes or lower strikes are cheaper now. Or use this drop in price as an opportunity to average down existing 350 contracts. Not by selling the ones that you have, but by buying new ones for cheaper. Can you teach you how to build a technical tent? No, I'm sorry. Can you outline the differences and the effect of the future role if you fail? I have a clip on that aggro Craig in the Stream Clips channel. Several, like 6 of them. Vanguard claimed the error was on their part. Okay. Bullish. Hmm. Interesting. Maybe Market Watch misreported. It's not like they don't have an agenda. Ah, yes, the have more money strategy. Our union does not provide paternity leave. What do you think this is? Europe? Some country that provides good benefits and compensation to its employees? This is America, gosh darn it. We need to make our money, and by consequence, your money. Listen, I provided the paternity leave. Don't argue with me, union president. I'll have you expunged. How is that bullish? Are you trolling? No. Vanguard's long as fuck on everything. Maybe Vanguard recalled their shares. Ding ding. And the market is open. Sorry. How does Vanguard make that mistake then? I don't know. I'm not a computer programmer. Maybe the shares went into the wrong account. How are you today? Thank you for everything, you sexy Italian. Have you started chugging wine already, President Darth Dan? Dear Lord, man. It's only 9:30 a.m. Fuck it, it's 8:30 a.m. for you. Darth Dan never stopped. Mhm. Express up 15%. Cool. Is AMC still dropping? AMC's kind of coming back a little bit this morning too. Can you please explain why you sometimes mention that Feb 3rd and Feb 8th are other important dates? Those are ETF FTDs that continue past. I expect the largest amount of price movement on January, like January 25th. That's the largest exposure window. But yes, Feb 3rd and Feb 8th also have ETF FTDs. Is that the day's volume done? Sorry, one sec. All right. Positive beta. Sure. We tested the daily EMA 160 yesterday. Usually get a good run after in August and October. Yeah. But level 2 is making me nauseous. I'm sorry. How does VIX affect us? SS was going nuts yesterday, and I can't quite understand how it's a positive thing for GME. It's an excellent question. Um, Essentially, well, I think the reason they go so crazy for it is because the last time the VIX hit 30 was in January of last year. Who cares what AMC does? Exactly. F20 at 180. Do you think there will be a dip today? Maybe. Spy bull trap could be. Oh yeah, sorry, January of this year. Last January. The VIX is an index, but there's a few ETFs that track it, like VXX or UVXY. How can you tell if something is a bull trap ahead of time? You really can't. Um, you should be more wary of them when it's like a breakout of like a bullish or a bearish trend. Do you think 1217 SPY 465 is risky? I just bought a 465 for the 10th, so it's safer than that. Hmm. Ooh, it's kind of doing not much. Ooh, Teledoc's coming up for anybody who's watching that. That's got some room on it. That's not what I wanted. Check Piton. Oh shit. Too early. Very excited over here. Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Where's my headphones? Thanks for everything, Girk. So proud of you for all the work you do for us, day in and day out for months. Legend. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that, man. Oh, Darth Dan. No chugs today. I have to be in the office. I've had zero sugar monster because I only slept 2 hours last night, though, showing my appreciation and concern for your well being. Thank you so much, President Darth Dad. I had no idea they were doing a share offering. I've collected all my shares that I got below $50 into one account just so that I could see that fat unrealized gains. Congratulations, Carl. Maybe today is deferment. That would be fucking. That would just make no sense at all. And what can be discerned if we can assume that it was not a glitch, hypothetically? Vanguard increased their holdings, I guess. Not a lot. We could assume that Vanguard recalled their shares. And if the market got as illiquid as we thought it did last week, it's a possibility. If people were trying to find locates and Vanguard couldn't locate their own shares, they could have recalled them. Could Vanguard have accidentally included a client's synthetic long position in their share lending count? Unlikely. A synthetic long position wouldn't be shown on the underlying equity, right? It would be shown in like the place it was created, like an ETF. Has anyone been able to verify the APIs webhooks Fidelity uses to potentially validate who the erroneous report came from? Um, no. So Vanguard owns like 15% of the float. They might. Do they have to recall all lent out shares? No. Why would as Fidelity just reports shares available to borrow from multiple sources. So it's not that Fidelity had their shares. If that's the case about Vanguard, it's a good thing that everybody on Reddit was patient, rational, and didn't jump to conclusions about Fidelity. Apparently, yes. Apparently, Vanguard has admitted fault. How does the mistake concur with the 113% short interest? 11 million shares is not 113% of the float. But if there was a share recall, wouldn't that have required the borrower to buy shares out on the open market, increasing price? Possibly, but maybe not yet. I know 250s for Faber below 20. Barry James, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord um, and say hi. Some people saying it might be better for a hypothetical investor to wait to snap up 250s. Thoughts? It could be. That's like you're trying to predict the short term future. I mean, uh, the thesis doesn't factor for like share recalls, margin calls, or announcements. So any of those kind of like outlying catalysts would not they would not pertain, right? Because you can't predict those. Um, so if something like that happens, then oh well. Um, if something doesn't, we don't really expect any movement except due to the futures rule. If Vanguard recalled shares and pulled back that 11 million report because they haven't been made whole yet, then we would see some steady buy volume over however long they have the lendees, however long they gave the lendees. Borrowers. We could, yeah. Although, if there was like a margin fail or something, that gets deferred way the fuck out. Does he include the pickled huevos? Sometimes. Thanks, Evan. Has anyone tried politely asking them to recall them? We should do that. I don't know. futures roll date window starts December 19th, correct? No. The window's already open. The window closes on December 12th. Or December 9th, sorry. Expiration is on 12/17. So they must be rolled by here. They expire here. Still considering Feb 300 or lower strikes. Currently, I'm looking at lower strikes. Oh, no Epic Pen. Sorry. What the fuck is it? There it is. These past 2 weeks have been the most patient I've been with cash in my account. Gotta wait for Fridays to YOLO on 5/10s. Not you too, Carl. You mentioned at the beginning of the stream there's a SPY goes down, we might get dragged down with it, but the SPY is going up. Why are we not going up with it? Just because they will short downward market trends. That doesn't mean that we're going to have a buyer when the market turns around, right? So they short the downtrend, but there's nobody buying the uptrend. Should you take a look at Ford? Why? It's still testing that high. Mm, I mean, it needs to break 20 pretty badly. I don't know. A break above 20 is significant for them with their 4 billion share float. Um, yeah, I don't know. Good luck. It doesn't seem to be having a good time trying to break that resistance. If anything, it looks like it's gonna come down in the short term at least, as it continues to fail. Um, because I like Ford and I want my leaps to pay for my next F-150. Okay, good luck. I like that sweater. I've always been a fan of slightly exposed stitching. I know where you're going with this, Carl. No, I didn't buy the Wu-Tang album. I'm trying to figure out what this hot funeral selfie thing is. Stream is in the top search, so I guess I best ask you what it means. It's from Rick and Morty. When Summer's trying to take a hot funeral selfie, the stream card is me as Pickle Rick, or or Pickle Gherk. Put your hood up and turn around. Let's see if you look familiar. No. 20 C's on Palantir asking for an inanimate object. I haven't looked at Palantir for a couple days. I'll take a look. You're looking at like leaps. It looks pretty nice for leaps. If you're just trying to play the near term, risky. Five Tens Mafia sends their regards. That's all. Uh, thank you, Omatrix X. When Hot Pickle Summer? June? Any chance that shares transferred between brokers can be used to satisfy FTDs? That's not very clear. Are you just talking about like, oh, I've transferred some shares to you, your FTDs are satisfied? That's not how that works. But it can also work that way. Ooh, nice dip. Why am I looking at fucking Palantir? What's my spy call? Spy. Where's Max Payne settling for the week? I'm sure it's dropped down again today. What's it at right now? 195. Wait, what are you asking me? Aggro? I don't know what your question. Yes or no? What? Which Feb calls for GME look appealing to you right now? I like the 250s, maybe the 200s. Yesterday it was 205. Yeah. Do you think GME will continue to dip into earnings or stay at these levels and bounce after earnings? Um, if they don't roll forward the futures, I think we'll mostly just stay flat. That is if we've found a floor. Which this is like the EMA 120 range, so it's possible. Let me update Reddit real quick. What are your thoughts on the Mayan long count calendar being misinterpreted and was actually predicting GME ending the world as we know it December 21st, 2021, instead of 2012, ushering in utopia? Okay, I have no idea. I don't know. The real Slim Pickle. How dare you question the 180 support, except for when it's the resistance? You decide what to get for lunch, so it's not financial advice, and your blind response is helpful. Peanut butter and jelly. Are you drinking brown liquor? It's coffee. No, it's a glass of iced Kahlua. I'm just getting real saucy today. Better to average down Feb 300 after earnings, possibly. There should be an opportunity there. YOLO AMC puts. AMC, I'm gonna need you to take a fall below view up, dog. Do I like Chipotle? No. I used to. It used to be really good a long time ago. Do you take into account macro dynamics? Is macro mostly noise to your strategy? USD reserve status, petrodollar dynamics. Um, it depends. If I'm going something long on something and I expect macroeconomics to have more of an effect on that asset, then yeah, I'll take that into account. Sort of like CPI data and stuff, though. Not a lot of macro things are have an effect, too much of an effect on GameStop, right? It's like consumer discretionary, right? It's like most of the money gets spent at GameStop is like money willing people are willing to spend anyway. It's also entertainment, which actually does well in in like economic downturns. Why not do Black Rush? If you were trying to get initiated into the 510 Feb Mafia, God damn it. When do you think the best time would be to enter and sell your soul to them? Probably like February 17th. Do you think the bid ask spread will increase on options as we get closer to MOASS? Decrease. They'll become more liquid as more people buy them. GME triple bottom or just downtrend? I think the SPY might have peaked. Which means I need to get the fuck out of these Peloton calls. Not sure if you mentioned, but Express is running. This is one of the meme basket stocks, right? It is. I didn't really look at it today. How hard is it running? Wow, that's actually up a lot. I know some people will be very happy with this that probably are no longer in it. That's very interesting. Wait, no, that's not what I want. I want this. Yeah, VIX is coming up. Fucking come on. Let's go, spy puts. What options did you pick up this morning? I had some spy calls at 465. I had some VIX calls. I sold them when the spy started to bump. Um, I still have VIX calls, but for further out. I just bought some spy puts. Did I buy my call at today's peak? Yes. Do I regret not waiting? Slightly. If Fidelity corrected its mistake, why hasn't GME returned to its worth before the mistake? Because the mistake had nothing to do with GME dropping in value. How do you get VIX calls? Not on WeBull. Oh, you just buy VXX or UVXY. I don't have a hot take on the Fidelity infidelity. 90% of my position is in an IRA with them. Is it worth it to DRS via Ally? I feel like I really don't care. We already know that they're all corrupt. It's up to you, man. I still have a position in Fidelity that I'm not moving anywhere else. At least they reported the error. But, you know, it's kind of a situation where damned if they do, damned if they don't. So lots of AMC shows in the chat right now, which is weird given your consistent stance on the stale popcorn stack. Are there? If you stay in Fidelity, that means you support Cuban communism. Okay. I don't care what they do in Cuba. Calls on AMC. Fuck you, Pop Smith. I saw that. AMC equals clown shit. You got it, man. Ape, no fight, Ape. Ugh. Can we just spend the day making fun of AMC instead of watching Ouchie Down Downs? I mean, AMC is still below $30. Carl, stop referring to yourself in the third person. If you stay in Fidelity, that means you support the Dans running train on Kenny. I'm Cuban and I don't even care what they do in Cuba. Oh, Cool Daddy got burned so hard. Can you circle back to my question about you being the god of purgatory? Is this purgatory? Do I ever get to leave purgatory? Is this because of that time I accidentally farted on a kid? Oh, popcorn trader. You've done so much more wrong than that. I know I asked yesterday about when Feb 350C under 1K, but when Feb 300 under 1K? That's a good question. We might actually see that happen today, right? We got to be pretty close. 3% drop. Shit. I mean, we'd have to drop a fairly decent amount to start to see those come down. maybe if we hit like the EMA 180, like 173. There's a post on SS about Kenny talking yesterday about GME on Clubhouse. Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't want to listen to it though. I made the big mistake of buying AMC and also buying it much too high. The only reason I'm keeping it is because I want the full amount back or see it go to zero. Why don't you just sell covered calls? Right? Like take advantage of the massively high IV and do what Kenny does and sell covered calls on AMC. He probably just talks about how great he was and how he's not doing anything wrong. But if he was doing something wrong, he would pay off the right people to make sure that it was right. That seems to be his like deal because he's super powerful and 4'10". No, I think he's actually like 6 feet tall, but who cares? Using unsettled funds in a cash account to buy to close triggers GFE, right? Are you getting a warning? If you're not getting a warning, then no. I don't. I don't think. You could. Can't sell CCs with only 99 shares. How short is Kenny? 250% at least. Well, 113% at least, I guess. I got a GFE once with no warning. That's weird. You see that post about Kenny and the CEO of Fidelity going to Harvard at the same time? I lolled out loud. They're all, it's all intertwined. They're all buddies. They all went to the same schools. My AMD 510 weeklies are in big trouble. Help. I'm running out of time on your sure thing play. What's your hypothesis for the floor to be post earnings? That will depend if we climb into earnings or not. We may get like a little pre earnings bump. Um, but I would probably say right around where we're at. Somewhere between like 173, 186. I think the SPY is further to go down. Oh yeah. It's got like a bunch of downside gaps. Put GME on screen. I want to see it hit 175. GME is on the screen. What the fuck are you talking about, Jordan? It's right there. Goddamn illiterates. Did you say you had a 225C for December 23rd? Did I have one? No. No, I did not. I have 225s for January. Or 220s? 220s. I have 220s for January. What? Do you think we drop post earnings if RFC makes an LRC type announcement? I don't know. Let's. Why don't we find out if he does that first, and then we'll figure it out when it happens. 150? No, that's really low. It's already in his name, LRC. Jesus Christ. How are they a tech company? Like, are you just referring to like your perception of GameStop versus the public perception? I mean, they definitely haven't completed a turnaround. Which is the expected date of MOASS? It's not the expected date of MOASS. It is simply the date with the most exposure um, on GameStop from multiple markets, and that's January 25th. T plus 69 is the densest, densest DD. Prove me wrong. What? I mean, I didn't even write it, but still curious. What does MOAS stand for? Looking at December 23rd calls, but I feel like Ivy is too high over 200. How much more could Ivy drop for 1223s? What the fuck is the benefit of buying 1223s? Like, what are you hoping to capture with these? Yeah, Ivy's a bit high, and OI is almost non existent. Is it bad that the drop to 180 has me down? It just feels different in a bad way. No, it's just the same, man. Now I feel dumb. Are we expecting a short squeeze on this stock? A Russian mysticist told me yesterday that starting from the 19th of January, people will be paying close attention to what is going on with the global economy. Okay. Doesn't 1223 miss the cycle by a week? I mean, it's like the day after the ETF exposure date. TradeSpotting is a unique fellow that I respect. After he spoke on AMC, people attacking him personally because he said it would go down. Yeah, he's welcome in the club of people that AMC people hate. Can you draw some lines that make AMC look like it's going down? Do I need to do that? What's AMC doing? It's it's just where it was when it opened. Hello, 180, my old friend. I've come to meet with you again because Girk spoke ASMR, left his brain while I was sleeping, and the visions that burned in my brain remains within the Pi-Fi channel. In restless dreams, I walk with Girk through the field of MOASS. Praise you up. Thank you once again. Where's Silence of the Dans to pick up on that? Price is synthetic until I see a phone number. That's it. All right. People banking on the NFT marketplace. Yeah. Does BlackRock only allow you to own 52 shares? Two. Only two of those are mine. The rest are company holdings. Uh, Thoughts on Chinese ETFs and how that correlates to a US market correction? I mean, it may not. Do you do you want to say more about the Chinese ETFs, or is it just Chinese ETFs? What do you think? Probably equally as corrupt as US ETFs, if not more so. Um, can you harvest tax losses on options? Sure. I'm not in an echo room. Paradoxical. Was that called the sound of frag? Can we get a clip of that slam poetry? I will not. Should I get out of my December 3rd 420s? Your what? Why are those a thing you own, Dangerous Dan? What are the white orders and the time and scales? Would you mean mid? So they're either market orders or mid orders. Like no effect on the price. I don't know. It'll depend on if I see an opportunity or not. Rashad. Uh, have funds cleared for you to be my registered fiduciary yet? No. My GMED calls are bleeding. Chinese real estate ETFs. The Fed is buying them to avoid market collapse. Yeah, that's like a staring match that can go on for quite some time, Joey Gray. Neither market wants to be the first to fail. So, and we'll see. China can bolster their own economy pretty readily. Get a 9 to 5. Which days would you want off? All of them. What's your opinion on different hedge funds buying up Chinese junk bonds and using that as collateral to prop up the markets? Okay. I mean, what opinion do you want me to have on it? I'm not outraged. I really don't care, I guess. Um, there's been a lot of degeneracy in the sub chat for 510 weeklies and Discord. I'm guessing that could be why some people own 420s and 510s for this week. Oh, Jesus Christ. Both AMC and GME are squeeze plays. How do you squeeze a stock with a float of 500 million shares, Sir Poker? Tell me. Feel free. I'm here all day. MACD lines converging. Let's go. I'm selling these idiots this contract. Shut up, Moonwind. I feel like you're not taking the 510 gang seriously. Very disappointing. It's a way of life that you don't understand. That's fair, I guess. Stop losing your money. It's dumb. You're buying like super far out of the money calls. But I don't know on what. Like why so many and why so far out of the money? Well, what's the point? Could you just buy one closer and then like if it doesn't do what you want, sell it? Don't worry, this 510s will print for somebody. They'll print premiums for Theta Gang. Isn't this like gang warfare that's going on? 510 gang versus Theta Gang? It's about sending a message. Don't ask questions. Would you buy April 250s now? How much are they? Maybe. Oh, fucking Christ. Ooh, that is fairly attractive. I don't really hate the 240s either. Hmm. Vega Gang. Okay, Citadel. Because he'll be laughing when they print after losing 20 weeks, but 1 week they will print. It's true. Could the price be tanking? Because what? Do short hedge funds want to get further away from all of the Fed calls that were bought recently? I don't think that many Fed calls have been bought. The open interest in Fed is still pretty low. If we expect a large price increase in January, then why not buy a bunch of Feb 510s since they're so cheap? Are they? I feel like Feb 510s aren't that cheap right now. And if you're buying that far out of the money for one price spike, why not just wait till closer to that price spike? Why pay for the theta in the interim? They're like 672 right now. Ghost of Dan, thank you, man. I misheard when I was told there's an excellent BlackRock YouTuber. My wife and I live a very particular type of alternative lifestyle. After months of watching, we're now slowly moving from that one to FinDom. Thanks. You're welcome. The Ghost of Dan. I'm glad you found a new kink in the financial world. Oh, I don't know. There's just something wrong with the reporting on WeBull with the like IV for Febs. They're on my on Fidelity and IBKR. The IB shows up. Is it fair to say 510s will print eventually, but they're not the best use of capital at this time? Okay. EMA 180 day. We're still above the EMA 180. Wouldn't the cost of theta more than probably be offset by the value increase when a price spike occurs? Yeah, you lose the theta in the meantime, but if we're expecting a run, isn't it worth it? Yeah, it can be, but I mean, I don't know. I don't agree with buying like far out of the money calls for that period because they lose theta at a faster rate. Like the further out of the money, the faster the theta decay. It's because they all saw a popcorn trader get rich last week off his constant YOLOs into 950s. I see why they made their logo that way. Yeah, see, it looks green and red. Thankfully, my wives are rich. My wife's. Where is far out of the money for Feb? I mean, historically, anything above 350 is essentially unattainable, right? Because we've we haven't broken through that 350 resistance except in January. So, yeah, I mean, like you wouldn't expect anything above 350 to go in the money within reasonable expectations, right? And so like 300 is obviously risky. 250s are pretty solid. 200s are very solid. Because like the chances of us going above 200 are really high. The chances of us going above 250 are a little slimmer, but it happens. Um, the gap fill woot. Yeah, we do have a gap at 171. Not sure if you talked about this before, but is there a chance we drop below the EMA 180? Yeah, we could go below it a little bit. There's a gap. So there's a gap down at 171, I believe. It's like 171.38 or something like that. Right here. Are we gonna trade a lot of volume that low? Probably not. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick though. I'm averaging down big time. Yeah, same. We go below the 180, and I'm definitely averaging some things down. Or yeah, below the 180, not below 180. Below the EMA 180. If the market continues, couldn't they just short us into oblivion at this rate? I mean, there aren't that many shorts available to borrow, right? Supposedly. You think the drop in GME is so much is because of IWM? Mm, I mean, GME isn't in IWM anymore, technically. Are January 21st out of the money calls a good idea right now or nah? I mean, they're pretty cheap. I bought some more this morning. Why do we keep going down? Why not? There's no reason for us to go up currently. Is this just shorting or institutional sell-offs based on some info we don't have yet? Um, it looks like, I mean, it looks like there's some selling going on, but this was probably shorting to break that consolidation trend. Market's coming down also, so there's probably just some like algorithms selling. Don't forget that GME price goes down, and ETFs don't have to weight it as highly. So this is what you see drag our trends generally is ETF buying and selling as they track their primary index and GameStop's market cap, which is down, $3 billion from last week. Can we see 165? Potentially. Uh that'd be kind of nuts though. I think the S&P have implied volatility dropping a lot after earnings will hold with GME a week or so. I think IV will drop on shorter term contracts, but probably not the ones further out. Not much, maybe a little, few percent. Am I nuts for buying XRT Jan 21 calls? Maybe not. Five Feb 300 or two Feb 200. You could do like 1 and 3, right? Or 1 and 2, 1 and 3. How can they even bring us down with so few shorts? Does us having the float locked up not make their shorting less potent? I'm so confused. It does make it less potent, but the bid ask is still wide, right? So we move up quickly, we move down quickly because the stock is volatile. Is the economy even real? If you want it to be. Me doing a little run. Ooh, interesting. How do we know the float is locked up? Surveys? Um, the survey data was pretty decent. We also have the fact that the arbitrage seems to be unable to resolve itself, which indicates illiquidity in the market on GameStop. Yeah, I don't think Ken's tanking the market. They can internalize buys. Yeah. Oh, weren't you a DRS skeptic a few weeks ago? Now you finally agree with it? You're slow AF. I don't agree with it. I think it has an effect, but I've always said that. My opinion on DRS has remained completely fucking unchanged this entire time. But thanks for your input there, K Monsieur. VIX back up over 30. Does long term OBV indicate anything to do with how much is locked up or held? Possibly. By volume. At what price point? That's hard to say. Um, so like they short GME more. when market goes down, so the downwards movement in GME looks natural, but it's actually much more exaggerated than the market. Yes. The market extremely liquid. GME not, right? And if they have a bid gap to short, they'll short it in order to drive the price down further. That way they can use fewer shorts to affect the same downward price movement. And because there's no fucking buy pressure on GameStop at all, it's effective. If you had to publicly associate with a New York gang, which one would it be and why is it the Woos? I don't know. Just scalp $3 in AMC. Am I a trader now? If you want to be. Isn't Jimmy being dragged down by the market? It's the market downturn being used as an excuse to manipulate the price. The market downturn is being used as to their advantage. I heard DRS causes FTDs. Is that true? I mean, yes, but that's not a bad thing. Sounds like the FUD that's been spread about you on Superstock week. Yeah, sounds like horseshit. I think that in 1 week chart we can bounce on the lower triangle's edge. Your opinion? In the 1 week chart. No, this is from the daily, so I have to adjust. Hold on. Sure, but I would say that we fell through a stronger trend initially. A nice bounce there at 173. It's not strong. It's definitely not picking up any steam right now, unless we get a break to the upside, but our volume's crap. They need to move GME to extremes on the price scale, right? They need to move it between its high and its low to generate liquidity. If no one's selling here and no one's selling here, then they have nowhere to generate liquidity. And so this is why volatility picks up to the up and downside, right? Because there's no liquidity. They need shares. Whether you think they hedge or you don't, they do. And to hedge, they need shares. And not just to hedge naked calls that they sell in the options market, right? They need hedges for other positions as well. And when the stock can no longer be used to hedge, they either have to bail on their positions or they have to find a way to generate liquidity. And the only two ways to do that are by raising or lowering the price. So nobody sold at 250 and nobody's selling at 177. It puts them in a tough spot. Thoughts on AMC? What's it doing? Ooh, broke back down below 29. I don't know. We'll see. Looks like people are still mostly holding it. It will stabilize. We'll find a floor and stabilize there. Why doesn't the price just go up as long as no one is selling? Is it a lack of demand? Yes. If they're short volatility, why are they creating volatility? They're not. That's why they drop the price slowly in order to avoid creating volatility. But they want the price down too because they're also short the stock, right? So what do you do if you want the price and IV to drop. You have two options. You either drop it very, very slowly on both fronts. But this is a problem. The problem with this is that it makes it much harder to get the price in the range you want it, right? You're able to bleed IV this way, but it tends to stabilize as buying pressure remains nearly consistent with that weak sell pressure. Or you drop it hard, spike IV a little, and then once it's in the price range you want it, you let it trade sideways. This method is more effective. So allow the IV to go up briefly, a day or two, and then find a level where you need the price, and then just let it trade there. If IV's picking up on the current price action, it's not because of the movement. Is IV pick? IV's about the same. IV on the weeklies is picking up. Ooh. But 17th and out, nothing. IV's high there. Yeah, IV's picking up on the weeklies, but it's still very low on the like the monthlies. And let me check. What's the next monthly? That was the 17th, so I guess Feb. And we can't see the fucking IV on Feb. April IV's low. December 17th IV is pretty low. Hold on, let me refresh this. It's low at the money. Offset strikes are more. It's not excessive. The weekly IV is high. Which could be because we're moving towards earnings, so they're raising IV right now. I was able to perfectly get a Feb 200C at the dip today. That's awesome, man. Is this MOASS? I don't know. Does the opposite effect of ETFs buying when we are running add to the pressure up as much as it does down? Yes. What do we expect? Especially if we start gapping up, right? And they have larger amounts to buy in shorter time frames. This is like the weight of GME and XRT back in January went up like 150% or something like that, or 1500%. Dad, please clip like the last 7 minutes. Sure. Ko-Fi. Love you, Pickle Man. Please draw a frog. Thank you, Seb. Hello. Oh God, not again with your song, President Earth Dan. I'm not doing it again. Stop sending me that. Why buy Febs now instead of mid-January? Well, you can average them down. If we run in December, you can sell them and buy more. Also, mid-January, the price may be up significantly. Right? If we go off of our predictions here, let's see. So if we're looking at mid-January, like by mid-Jan we start running. The latest entry, this is still assuming that they don't roll, which it doesn't look like they're doing, but we're now in the second confirmation day and we're looking down. But this is an opportunity to sell and average down again, right? Similar to the opportunity that we had here. And then this would be the range in which to buy back in. After the FTDs start coming in, it's very likely that everyone will be mostly priced out, except for like weekly plays. There's a little opportunity maybe here, but that's it. What IV do you want for Febs? I can screenshot TDA. Just Can you just screenshot the like at the money within like 5 strikes either direction? Why is there no data for the Greeks on Feb options? I think it's just an issue with WeBull. I'm not sure. It doesn't show up that way in any of my other ones. There are hedge funds actively squeezing short plays, so why not GME? How do you go about calculating the profitability of a straddle? I mean, you can use an options calculator. It's whatever your peak profit is on one side of the straddle minus the cost of the premium for the other. Confuses why there would be short volatility on GME. Isn't volatility good for short hedge funds as it keeps the price of options high? Because they were short volatility before the volatility was high. And also, it's a way of driving the price into the ground, little beefs. By shorting volatility, they push volatility down, which can push price action down, right? If you were trying to short something into the ground, being short its volatility as well is helpful. But if you want more information on why they would short or long volatility, I believe. Oh, someone did a paper on it. Son of a bitch. Was it Barron's? I can't remember. I'll have to find it. But if you check out Zinco 83's DD on volume variance and dispersion, that'll give you a pretty good idea also. FTD pile up. What are those dates? Which ones? What did you see back in Feb that told you the flash crash was coming? March, right? It's March. Tons of in the money puts being bought. They were the put OI shot through the roof, very very quickly, and about 15 minutes later, the stock started coming down. Options for the pores against. Wait a little longer and just get Jan 950s. I mean, I'm continuing to buy Jan 950s for like an IV play. But I'll buy weeklies again, probably closer to December 22nd. Again, carrying the same risk as November, right? You might be popcorn trader. How do you know they're short volatility? Because the options chain open interest mimics replicating baskets necessary for variance swaps. So the proof is in the OI, those like 50-cent puts. That's what those are there for. What's the rationale for EMA 160, 180? Seems to work with the wicks nicely. Low of 173 for today on the yearly. um, I prefer the forward. They're forward weighted moving averages, so they weight the nearest, uh, you know, number, whatever you choose, EMA 60, 30. It weights those days more than the long term moving average. And so it cuts out a lot of the noise of our larger price movements, um, effectively giving us a better moving average than the standard moving average, which has a lot of deviation because of these big runs that we occasionally do. I just sent the IV. Oh, did you put it in the? I don't know why you don't just DM me. Oh, cool. Let's see. So Febs are 105 at the money. Where's the fucking strike? Oh, it's not helpful. um, now here we go. Oh, is it wide? Oh, there we go. I found it. I'm not used to looking at the data on here. Um, Thank you. 200, 110, 109, 111. So a little high for Feb. Thank you. Um, we could be picking up IV due to earnings. It's a bit, I feel like it's a bit early for them to be pumping IV for that though. God damn you. Stop it, Darth Dan. I hate that song. The Sound of Silence is one of my least favorite songs. Would profits from Jan calls be enough to buy Feb options, even if Ivy spiked hard with the price action? It depends on how much you make on the profits. But yeah, I mean, if the price action spikes hard and then the price comes down, Options will be cheaper here than they are here. Can you explain what happens to out of money puts expiring in January? And they just buy more far dated puts at a few cents a contract and use that to suppress the price. That's not what they use to suppress the price. That's not how that works. Did you dump your spy puts? No. I still have some. I just couldn't buy very many on here. I think I'm still waiting for cash to settle here from yesterday. Or maybe it was the day before. How high do you see the ETFs containing GME going during MOASS? That's tough. Trying to think of where GME's weighted the highest. I would say that the ones that rebalance, if they rebalance daily, those will be the ones that would see the most improvement. Because they would be continually weighting GME more and more. Some rebalance quarterly, some like resettle daily. So I would look into the individual ETFs. Like I think XRT rebalances every day or end of every day. Did you see where Trade said he made over $1 million through calls, but he's still with the bag holders because his shares are down like 80K? During MOASS, if you hear someone blasting the sound of silence roaming around the LES, you'll know it's me. Good to know. Then pumping Ivy early could be part of what you mentioned yesterday about the possibility of changing their predicted cycle to throw retail off. It could be. Although pumping Ivy this early seems to indicate that Ivy is going to crush more than it's going to spike. Because now for the next, fucking what, 4 trading days. All calls bought for the next 4 trading days are going to be at a higher IV, especially anything short term. That may be a good reason to be looking at April's, is just that higher IV that you're seeing in February. If April's are down around like under 90% and Febs are over 100, then April IV is looking very attractive. I don't think Carl's gonna stream fucking MOASS at all. You shouldn't be watching anybody during MOASS. You should be alone with your thoughts. That opens you up to being manipulated by the sentiment and whatever social media thing you're participating in. And that's definitely not good if you have a plan in place. Do you want them arranged any other way? I could probably cut your steak for you as well if you need it, sir. Thank you, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. No, they're fine. Did the Club Flex remix of the Pigeon Whale Jam make it past the YouTube demonetization police? It did not. Visceral. It did for like 24 hours, and then I got flagged. One second, guys. Uh, there I am. All right. If you guys could drop a like, big help. Um, I just set up my first options account with Saxo Bank. Gain confidence watching the stream. Paper trading. Thank you for allowing for me to reach my goal of tax-free gains due to a pre-mass loss. Okay. Bat Dad? Oh yeah, I saw that. Ooh, spies coming up. I'm thinking we're in for more bleeding or a recovery. Um, we have a bounce on like the EMA 180. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to hold, but the market's starting to come back up a little bit. How do you deal with frustration, self doubt, and other emotional aspects of trading? What is your daily process? Um, Frustration, I don't know if you can ever get over, because like you can do everything right and still have a trade move against you. Um, I think you just have to have confidence in knowing that you didn't miss anything, right? That like it moved against you without any basis. And you have to maintain the confidence that you were right on your entry, and that uh you can't let that affect your next move, right? You have to just go into your next play with uh the same level of confidence that you went into the first, whether you win or lose on them. And a good way to do that is by assessing your own, managing your own risk. By managing your risk, you never lose too much, right? Like, I mean, you'll get burned occasionally. It happens, but for the most part, if your downside on your position is well managed, then, when you take a loss, it doesn't hurt as much. Um, Leaving money on the table, that's, you just have to be, you have to respect your exits, and remember that over time that they'll serve you better. Like, conservative exits will serve you better than trying to always chase the trend and leaving money on the table. um I don't know if I really have a process. I don't have a lot of self-doubt. um but I guess that's some things to think about or consider. Not BlackRock culling again. My Roomba mop and my Roomba vacuum had a collision, and one ended up on top of the other, and they were beeping very loudly. So I went to go fix that. It's like battle bots in my living room. Carbonara, popcorn trader. 50 likes within 1 second of that. I have to. People ask me to remind at least once a day to hit the like. It's a big help for the channel, so I try to remember to do that because more people come in here. Roomba mop? Yeah, I have a mop and a like vacuum, and they're supposed to work in tandem, but they're still mapping my apartment, and so like they keep fucking running into each other full speed. Last night at like 3 in the morning, they were just bouncing off each other. Like, they'd bounce off each other, reset, and then bounce off each other again. And so they were like building a wall on their virtual map by just ramming into each other full speed. They did that for about an hour before I woke up. First world problems, I know. That's how baby robots are made. What's the beeping? Are you censoring yourself? I don't fucking think so. Oh, it's my fucking cell phone. I can't hear it because of the headphones, but you guys probably can. There. I should get rid of that. It's just like shills fighting each other on my Reddit posts. Why are you running your mop and vacuum at the same time? Well, one is supposed to mop, and then the other's like the other one's supposed to one's supposed to vacuum, and then the other one's supposed to come behind it and mop. Most didn't happen yet. How do you have a Roomba mop and Roomba vacuum? I wonder. I got them like what was it last? I think it was last January. Um, they were on sale on Amazon, so I bought them. If we pass 185, will we consider this a bounce? Yeah, I think so. I mean, even hitting 180 is pretty significant. That's a $7 price increase. What are the chances of MOASS happening, taking into consideration all of the shenanigans they can and will pull? I still think pretty good. The short interest is high enough. The illiquidity is there. We have everything we need for a short squeeze to happen. Um, Obviously, they'll try to prevent it, but I don't know if they can. They were successful last time, but um, I think the people in GameStop that are in still in now are far more educated on the situation and present far more difficulty as far as trying to manipulate them with market psychology like they did back in last January. I mean, it still has an effect, but it's less. You know, every time we dip, I see the emotions come out in everybody. But you know, it really does lessen every time. So every time this kind of goes down and we dip and the price falls below, 200 and 180 and these price points that people like really lock themselves into and hold in high regard. We see that negative emotion build up. But it really has lessened since I started doing this, at least in April. From April till now, we really see people are far more resilient now than they were. And I think going into a potential short squeeze, that will benefit retail greatly. And also because people now have an understanding, right? Like more people have more of an understanding of what's happening. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot who don't, but a lot do. You got it, Dr. Drake. That's awesome, man. Good job. Landlord sounds scary. Friendly reminder to pay your rent. No, I think my neighbors are fucking nuts. I don't think it's the landlord. Um, what you just described as an intimate Roomba moment. How dare you not respect their privacy and share their special moments publicly? Don't you want a little baby Roomba scrubber? No, they're actually, just as a side note, if we're talking about Roombas, they're a waste of money and complete pieces of shit. Um, Even their top of the line models, they barely work. Um, your house would get clean with a Swiffer and a mop, or else like a Swiffer and a vacuum cleaner far faster than a Roomba will get the job done. Unfortunately, I don't have time to fucking clean my house regularly, so that's why I got them. Um, yeah, I know I'm being shadow banned by YouTube. Whatever. Make sure you guys go and do whatever the thing is on the Twitch page for when YouTube just straight up bans me. Oh man, I am very far behind in chat, I think. Or chat's just going fast. What's your exit price for spy puts? Um let's see, what are they looking like right now? I haven't lost much. I bought them for December 10th, so um any I'm still looking for a drop below 455. So I bought them in the money, but yeah, below 455 I should be good. Um Maybe it's coming down now. It seems to be having a hard time breaking this like 456 resistance again. Similar to yesterday. Oh, did you guys see that fucking sell off into close on the SPY yesterday, by the way? Imagine if I'd held those puts. Ah, the money. I mean, the Omicron variant isn't like bullish, right? I mean, it's bullish for some things, like Netflix, or just Amazon, because Amazon encompasses everything that someone needs during a pandemic. I think if cases start to pick up again, or we start seeing lockdowns, I'll just buy leaps on Amazon because You know, why wouldn't you? What's your take on the Roomba mop? It's $300 more than a Swiffer. That's my take on it. If you have 5 minutes a day, you could get far more work done than it can get done in like 6 hours. Indulge your humble following and show us your small vacuum cleaner. The only thing remaining is for you to cast Runic Glory. I have a Roborock that does both vacuum and mop. Interesting. Can you hold up one of the Roombas like Simba? I'd have to go get it and then get demonetized for playing the song because I'm not doing it without the song. It dips below 200 and I go, ooh, they're running a sale. I mean, that's kind of what I explained to people in my daily DD today was that, like, this is a fucking good deal on GameStop right now. Historically, this test of 173, it's a very sweet deal. How do you balance taking profits in December versus holding through MOASS? I mean, I guess that depends on the profits in December, John. If you know if the profits in December are extremely high, um, then and you still expect price action further out, then it seems reasonable to take profits, and then you can improve your April position, right? I guess the big fear, and this is one of the reasons so many people get burned on GameStop options, right? But also simultaneously the reason that I began presenting them when I did. Um, the fear on GameStop options is that it will MOASS, right? That the short squeeze will begin and you'll have taken profits too soon. First of all, if MOASS starts up, you can buy profits a little bit ahead of it, right? Or you can buy calls a little bit ahead of it, because you've got a little bit, you got a little bit of room there. Like if we test 350, you can buy some fucking 900s and still capture that movement. Um, so you can still buy out ahead of it. It's not like if you sell your options for profit that you'll never be able to buy back in again. Um, if it does start squeezing, and then also like the reason I started presenting it to people is because most people have their position, right? So if MOASS kicks off, the position you've had this whole time is still there. It hasn't gone, right? Like if the short squeeze happens, you have your shares, right? The options, just try to think of the options as a way to capture that profit. And then in the event that the MOASS kicks off and you're holding options, think of those as a way to accelerate that squeeze, right? But don't play every run up like it's the last one. You know, that's I think that's where the biggest mistake is made. Is that we hit 250 and everyone's like, that's it, it's over, we're going to the fucking moon. But then we come back down and everyone gets burned, right? Like I've got shares. I don't. I mean, I have options, but if I sold all my options at 20% gains the day of MOASS, that'd be fine, right? Because everyone's already got their shares. Their shares aren't going anywhere. That's your hedge against your options if MOASS happens, right? Is that you can still take your profits on your options and have all those shares. Pay your red Peter Parker. I thought the Roomba I bought was going to just replace regular cleaning. I mean, that's what you should get when you spend $1,000 on a robot servant, is not having to clean shit anymore. At least day to day, right? I mean, they're just not very, they're more of like proof of concept than they are very functional. I've been in this place since Feb, but I didn't really have a good grasp on this place until I started listening to Gurk's stream. I watch sometimes. He looks similar to the guy my wife was fucking. Sorry. Why didn't you tell me this in June when I wasn't listening to your stream and Diamond Head in November calls into the dirt? Sorry. You didn't say exercise once in that explanation just now. I did. I said if MOASS kicks off and you're holding options, you can use those to accelerate the squeeze, right? And you accelerate the squeeze by exercising them. I'm still way back listening on 2 times speed. Did I just hear you say you had to interrupt the stream to break up hot, steaming interracial robot procreation? Why isn't that on the stream? Um, because we don't have like a hot robots webcam bot yet. Oh, Ben, I hate that song. I think Jamie is gonna go to $8,500 by mid-January. No, that's just the scale of the log chart. I mean, sure, if January's price action repeats, we'll see. Like this is to scale, right? So if January's price action were to repeat exactly, then yes, a test of 8,500 would be possible. I don't think it's going to. Obviously, you can see a deviation here, but something to consider. But that's just, it's just, this is January's candles scaled to our current price action, like our current price level. So yeah, if we go up 2,700%, then we'll see something like that. God damn it, Darth Dan, you son of a bitch. Stop sending me that. Thank you for the donation, but stop. Otherwise, I'm going to start writing things with emojis on your chug videos. How far out do you buy VIX calls? Usually out past the end of the quarter. The VIX calls I have right now are pretty far. They're April's. But that's because I sold off a bunch of my Januaries in the last couple of days and still wanted to maintain a position on the VIX. But I'm kind of using that as a hedge because the market's been choppy. It's like not failing, but it keeps correcting. And so I kind of like the VIX as a hedge a little better right now. You shift the bar chart down to match today's price to see how much that 8,500 decreases. Actually, someone pointed this out to me. It was kind of interesting, but like, what if we just moved this forward? Like, if it was like here. It's kind of interesting. But sorry. So if I move it down, I guess to there. 6,400. I wonder if this is even I could smooth it more. Graham Crawford, since we're talking gibberish, news has it robots can reproduce. Strange that they can have baby bots but crash into each other on your living room floor at 3 a.m. Is this because you bought Chinese bots, not American or Scottish? I have no idea where Roombas are made. Put them in timeout. Never, only once you sing it. I won't do it. I'm not going to sing it. I'm not even going to read them anymore. Hmm. Interesting. I like that. I kind of like the open close. Do it. I only want your acknowledgement. You're getting it. Stop being such an attention whore, President Darth Dan. I've been thinking about events since 11/19 with the glitches and weird price action. Methinks maybe a margin call might have happened and we're in reconciliation window. 5 days. Thoughts? Yeah, I think it's possible. That's kind of what I noted in the end of the day for the DD yesterday. Um, was that if you had to show me, I don't know if all you guys read it, but if you had to show me evidence of like a dip before a rip, right? Like that initial dip that tends to uh, precede a short squeeze. I would say that like some of the data points, the arbitrage, the price decline on low volume that we've seen over the last week or so, these missed deferrals and this like unresolved exposure, all of those kind of point to that maybe being the case. I mean, like I don't want to I don't want to expand on it or expound on it too much because I feel like people are just going to get needlessly bullish and YOLO, and I don't want people to do that because like obviously it's just like a feeling and it's not a there's not a lot of evidence to support it, right? But um something's happening, right? Like there's too many like weird uh I don't want to call them like ghosts in the machine, but like there's all this like evidence of the higher SI popping up, all these shares to borrow out of the blue, um, and when we start seeing like discrepancies in the data like that, that's like kind of a lot of what like preceded Volkswagen's squeeze that preceded the crash in '08 for like a few months before the crash in '08 happened. All these weird data points would come up and they were just marked as glitches and everyone ignored them, but they were there, right? There was actually a guy who wrote a really good article about like all this weird shit that kept popping up before it happened, and like he was making like a log. I think he worked at Goldman at the time, but he wrote like a blog about it later. Insert VW squeeze chart. I mean, yeah, that's another thing is we're not seeing a lot of shorts borrowed either, right? Um, which indicates that someone's not doing what they've been doing for the last 6 months. And I have some theories on what's happening, but they're unsubstantiated, right? First off, I think it's possible that their volatility swaps and their single stock futures were unable to be rolled, right? I think they needed the liquidity that got tied up with retail options FOMO last week. So when retail FOMOed into these options, I think they needed that liquidity not only to cover GEX, but they needed it to roll. And while they may not have been rolling GME futures, leading to that price increase, they were likely rolling their variance swaps. And so, if they were unable to roll all of the futures that they have on the stock due to illiquidity in the spot market, the lit market, they could have gotten some extensions and stuff, but failing to roll those kind of blows up their position, right? Because they need those futures to hedge, and to maintain their margin. And so if they failed, it's possible that there could be a margin call like in the works. And maybe that's why we're seeing, these big discrepancies in shares to borrow coming in from Vanguard, I guess. Is like Vanguard's a big share lender, and if they recalled their shares due to, failed allocates, then we may be seeing some price action related to that in the future. Tell us your unsubstantiated theories. You said Jimmy hasn't really turned it around as far as actual business model. I mean, they haven't, right? They've shut down some stores. Their cash flow is better. EPS is still negative. They're not a tech company yet. They're not fully an e-commerce company yet. So yeah, their turnaround is still in its infancy. Um, Clip it? Sure. How long was it? I don't even know. Fuck. Uh, I clipped it, I think. If I sell a security that is settled, I've had it since yesterday. Can I use that sell cash to buy a new option, even if I'm on a GFV restriction? I don't think so, Daniel Taylor Hamwich. If you, how many GFEs do you have? If you've maxed out your GFEs, then you have to wait for the cash to settle. So T plus two. What the fuck are you talking about? You can't do GDD on GME. Just stop. Mocha Chobi, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire. Hit me up if you need added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Although I feel like you've been one before, so maybe you're already in. Just let me know. Thank you so much.
Yo, let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Ollie, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale. I appreciate it, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Pigeon Whale Royal Society. I will get you added to the Billionaires Country Club. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Let me get you a song going and demonetize the stream for the day. Wait, hold on. Do I have? We're gonna make this fun. Jimmy's going up. Let's do it. Fuck YouTube.
Alright, look. I'm not saying anything we don't know already, right? Us P-dubs are a special breed. P-dubs, this one's for you. Fours, just shut up and listen.
Get rich or die buying 510s.
It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chants and hate pores. It's not a cult, I swear to God. We just like chants and hate pores. Pigeon and whales are better than you. Pigeon and whales are better. Pigeon and whales are better than you.
That's because everyone's dancing right now.
Just stop being so cool.
You heard the song. Stop being poor.
If you don't like the song, you're a shell. Run it back. Turn it off. My pet parrot just flew out the window. R. Clip that, not a rave. My day just got a million times better. Does the EDM version get you copyright strikes too? Yep. Everyone needs to get up and get their, 2 minutes of hit cardio for the day before we resume trading. It's good for the stock. Imagine being a Citadel intern and being in here for that and having to watch that. Imagine that all your years spent at, Harvard University have amounted to you having to watch me dance a pickle and play rave pigeon whale music. So now that you've played it once, can you just play it nonstop all day? I missed a dillionaire? I'm so sorry. Where? Who? No, I got the dillionaire. The dillionaire was before the TRS that. If you can't handle the pressure of the song, you can't handle MOASS. When am I going to get a longer Dan song? I don't know. It's Juan Antonio Queiroz. We are doing things with our lives. Pickle rave parties. Does MDM Pickle have a pacifier? Yes. Pragmatic Guy. Thanks for sharing all the insights and helping individual investors. Thank you, Pragmatic Guy. I appreciate that. Did I miss a dillionaire? Whoever you are, hit me up on the Discord. And yeah.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
The fact that people think you do this for YouTube money need to come in here for just fucking 5 minutes. Just to demonetize this day for the bitch. Yeah, it's I'm not very responsible with for advancing the channel as a YouTube channel. I feel like I could do more, but then when push comes to shove and I'm presented with the opportunity to promote the channel, I just don't. Thanks, Jose. I wonder how the stream would be if you spoke English. I do. What? Trina, what are you talking about? Could you draw not a cult pickle and a robe? Probably. But do I have purple? Let's see. How come you prefer the EMA 180 over the EMA 12? Was EMA 12 too fast to be worthwhile? Yes. Volume was too low. Like the EMA 12 wasn't really telling me much on the daily because of the low volume. So something more smooth is going to better capture the movement. Also, I needed to look below the 160. Clip the copyright claim for proof. Oh, I'll just pull it up right now. Give me a second. Here's the last one that I played that song on. Which was my birthday? Sorry, it rehypothecated the guy a little bit. See? Copyright claim. Why would I make this shit up? And tomorrow I'll show you the copyright claim from today. Draw pickle erotica? No. Where did you go to art school? I didn't. A picture looks like Little Red Riding Hood has been taken over by the dark side. Are you the big bad wolf, Graham Crawford? Thanks, Kirk. During work. Also, look at arbitrage. Oh, yeah, we can check it out. I'm sure it's not significant right now. Let's check it out. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, there it is. Let's swing it a little bit to the low side. I still don't like CVV WAP. I really want a better indicator of this. I think it might be a little more accurate on the 4 hour. So, hmm. Does that refund donations? No, it doesn't affect donations. It just takes away the I think it takes away like the ad and YouTube premium revenue for the day. How do you feel about BlackRock as a long-term position post MOASS? I mean, historically they've done well. So you're sitting on two Jan 800s at 33% unrealized loss. Do you sell and buy one Feb 500 if it costs the same? Yeah, I mean the Feb 500's a better. I guess that depends. The Feb 500's closer, but the January 800s will probably gain more IV on a run. I would check out their I would check out their potential for gain from IV. What's the Feb 500 IV versus the Jan 800? Because if you have two contracts on Jan 800, right? And say IV's like, I don't know, like what is it, 140 something on those. And you have you have versus one Feb with 500 with what IV of like 130 something or 140 something maybe. So if these are both just pure IV plays, like the greater leverage is better, right? Because a 40% run on IV here would net you ×2, whereas a 40% run on IV here is just ×1. The advantage would be that this has a higher delta value, so the contract value is higher individually than the contract value here. So that multiplier is acting on a higher value. I feel like it's probably fairly even. I think a Feb 400 would be a little better, but yeah, if it's just an IV play, you might be better with having more leverage. What's the copyright claim on the Carmina Burana O Fortuna Pigeon Whale song? That's bullshit. It should be protected by fair use as a clear parody. Get your cash, man. I don't even know how to like argue that. And then like they say if you argue it, like they can like can't like ban your channel. So I just don't bother. And yeah, I do know that it should be like because it is a parody, it should be applicable to fair use applies to that. Kind of personalish, but do you make more on a Pigeon Whale subscription or a day of streaming ad revenue? Oh, Pigeon Whale subscription, but like a lot. Can you explain how to read that arbitrage chart? It's essentially measuring the divergence in arbitrage between markets, and when the divergence becomes great enough, there it hits a signal, and the signal implies that volatility. It's got two signal lines actually, but and then the outer signal implies significant divergence and lots of illiquidity. Supposedly, it doesn't work very well. So I'm gonna see if we can make a better one because I feel like it's a very good indicator of like an incoming short squeeze, and it might be very useful right now because I also think it should be weighing open interest so we can see how much open interest begins to cause significant amounts of arbitrage. So like how much of the float is getting tied up, and also that could prove hedging, which seems relevant. Who's that? I don't know. It's just a pickle. If you want to keep your job with BlackRock, you better push harder for people to invest in us. No, BlackRock's actually evil. Um, like I don't know why anybody ever thought they were on anyone's side but their own. Um, but you know they profited greatly off of the crash in 2008. Um, they bought homes and land all over the country at extremely steep discounts. And they continue to do it. You know, in times of economic hardship, they profit the most. Um, Literally on the backs of other people's misery. They're not good people. It is a capitalist machine, but that's not necessarily a good thing. I think it's pretty clear Girk did not go to our school, right? And shadow bans you. Well, yeah, but whatever. Nice, Gherkin sister. Visa going up. It's pretty unusual. Cat's climbing up too, which is awesome. I'm very happy that I bought those 200s yesterday because they are very green today. Visa also moving up nicely, as is the SPY. Cast, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Clippity clip 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 for the options nubs. Wait, what am I clipping? What did I say? Oh, the IV thing. Um, sure. Let me see if I can find it. What a pain in the ass. I don't think Febs are going to be affected by like IV's starting to go up into earnings right now, so I don't like the idea of buying Febs too much. April doesn't seem to be spiking very hard, so I'm looking more at April near term for calls. Is it your opinion they will fail with the downtrend over the last week or so, or do you think it will be next week for data to come in? Clint Lickner. Can you rephrase that? It's kind of vague. Just a little more specific, if you could. Would you want to hold for emotions? Thank you for the rundown on the logic of IP. Yeah, no problem. Did you ever see my chug for your birthday? I suddenly have a need for acknowledgement after the Pigeon Well song. I did, Costellosaurus. Thank you. It was beautiful. Oh, someone's calling me. Interesting. I don't know who that is. I'll ignore it. Exception is if the performance was sampled. I probably. I've recreated it instrument by instrument, and I have the screenshots to prove it. Been down this road many times. I don't think Pickle Daddy gives a shit about YouTube ad revenue. I don't, but it does suck. I mean, money's money, right? I don't want YouTube to pocket all of it. They make enough. Have you heard about the Gospel of the Damned part 1 through 4? I hear they're neat. Want to hear more? Hello? God damn it. No. Stop doing this on every dollar value, Darth Dan. You're going to go broke and you're going to have to sell your basement urinal. They eat babies, allegedly. Well, Peloton kills babies, so, you know. There's that. We're selling out of spy calls. I have 465s for December 10th for calls on the spy. I'm not selling out of them yet. It's running pretty hard right now. I mean, this looks good. I might be selling out of my puts, however. They're no longer looking very good. Here's pro trading tip for the spy. Anytime your position starts to slip, straddle it. It will save you a lot of money and losses on the spy. If you get a bad read or, it tanks out of nowhere and you straddle it, sometimes you can offset your losses pretty dramatically. Oh yeah, turn down. I'm holding my 465s. I think it'll fill that gap. Is everyone forgetting that SLD also got delayed per FINRA? I think people are forgetting that the SLD got deferred. All those supplemental liquidity deposits got pushed out. People used to have. One second, guys. I'll be right back. There's someone here who's got to look at something. Give me a couple of minutes. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, guys. Clip the Roomba talk also. Thank you, Sun Devil Rogue. Sorry I've missed just a ton of the chat. Someone had to come in and inspect something. Hot Pickle Autumn is almost over. Pickles never get cold. You missed MOASS. No, but we've almost got a confirmed bullish reversal here. Right. Please check me. I think it's reversing. Might be a phenomenal entry. Very good entry. Question is, what's the upside going to be? This was clearly an institutional buy-in that triggered this. When was that? 10:15. Almost. This is pretty close. Let me check DMI. I'll check this on the 4-hour. A little bit of convergence. Maybe I would still maybe wait for a signal on the daily, Stefan. Like, we've got some confirmation on the 4-hour, but on the daily, it still looks like the trend could continue a bit longer. I would maybe wait this out like a day or two. The volume's low. I don't think there's any danger of it, rocketing beyond an entry. But maybe wait to confirm the bullish divergence. Ooh. I just bought 3, so let's see if it does anything. I think he's talking about like entry for a long-term position. What confirms this bullish reversal? I'd want to see us break above our intraday high. Just because our volume's so low. I mean, I would say that this is already confirmed, but because of our volume being so low, I'd want to just see the trend continue past the intraday high. Or a failure of the trend and a bounce before re-hitting the same low. No offense, but as long as GME daily volume under 10 million, not going to see crazy spikes. I mean, that's just not true, Jordan, because November 3rd, we went up $50 on 3.5 million volume. So, I mean, that's a pretty crazy fucking spike. The volume isn't necessary with the bid ask spread being so wide, right? So, we still see price action continue to be more and more volatile as time goes on, even though volume has gone down. And that's because the bid ask spread is widening due to illiquidity. So we like for us to run to 483 now as opposed to January, we would need, you know, maybe 5% of the same volume. Darkness on the down days outshined by the financial advice. He's part of the cult. There's no financial advice, J-Dub. My calls are finally printing. Old me would have what? This is too much for $3. Old me would have YOLO'd into 510s. Friend, thanks for all you do for the community. Now read the first word of each sentence. I will not. You think BlackRock would have at least no? So what happened was I bought a washer and dryer, and they delivered me. I bought them new, and they delivered me like a floor model, and they were all banged up and shit. And now the dryer doesn't work that well, and so the place who sold it to me doesn't want to return it until the Samsung tech came out and validated that the warranty was didn't cover damage from delivery, and so now I have to then call the people who sold it to me back and have them fucking return. It's just a bitch. Okay, sing it. I won't do it. Check your DMs. The roll is coming. He said he works in risk, and that would be more of a compliance reg function. I tried disregard. Wait, who's telling Kest? Yeah, I know. Test of the EMA 180 has historically been an indicator of a bounce. Usually a strong one. That's because there's somebody on the other side of that, right? So they drive the price down, someone else is driving the price up. This not only creates volatility, which causes more hedging for the variance swaps, but it also can improve liquidity. Hey, David, what's up? Happy to see Pickle Gurk stream card today. Thank you for that. David Elsinko Herrera, creator of today's stream card, and future proprietor of Gherkin Dave's Cheese. Should it be Gherkin Dave's Cheese? Like, yeah, I'm getting top billing. Do we like that name? Is that what we're going to run with? There's weird glitches happening last November. Yes. I think DFV discusses some of it on his stream a couple times. Check your DMs. I've changed every individual sound and added a very breakish beat. I don't know what else to do. Okay. I'll play it tomorrow. That way I can see if it strikes on that tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't know where the strike is. Gherkin Dave's Cheese, all one word. I like Gherkin and Dave. Gherkin Dave. Just call it Gherkin Dave. No cheese. I have a 180, 12 tens. I think I'm going to exercise these bad boys. No point in exercising earlier, right? Just wait until 1210. I mean, yeah, you're only $3 in the money. Maybe relax, you know? That sounds close to duck cheese, and no one likes duck cheese. If you don't know what that is, feel free to Google it. I don't think so. I don't think I will. Pickle Financial does not advise that anybody Google duck cheese. You will probably get some disturbing images. Maybe we should call it Mayo Dave's Gherkins and Cheese. Or Dave's Gherkins Cheese, like Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. Yeah, why does Chris belong to Ruth? Looking through MacCore's browser history. Today's ask size is the same as 511, where they fill the ask with one share. Yeah. It just means they don't expect a lot of volatility to the upside. Spy playing with my oceans. Can't tell if I'm back holding or diamond handing. Probably both. I'm bullish as fuck on my 465s for next week. This is weird. I usually don't play the spy on such a long time frame, but I'm gunning it. Ruth's Chris. A woman named Ruth named it after her son Chris. Ruth's Chris. Weird. Posty McPosterson. So it's like if Gherkin bought Peter Luger's, it would be Gherkin's Peter Luger's Steakhouse. This should be the post MOASS plan. I can make their steaks good again. My wife has no idea I'm still in GMA. When she reaches for the class of pickles, I scream no and grab the gherkins. I'll explain it all to her one day. For now, she questions our marriage. Don't worry about it. Worst case scenario, you can get a new wife. Can you please tell me what to do with my money? I have $11 to my name now. Use it to find a job, popcorn trader. Or you could try to buy more 950s. When will we know if fail or roll? After December 9th? Into December 9th. Right now, we're in the window where we're looking for a roll to occur. Just buy a parking lot and never talk to anyone ever again. That's my plan. I know, turd. The parking lot really is a stable long-term investment. I mean, I guess it depends on how much money you make. Maybe you could get like a big parking lot. Or do you think that would be just like too much to manage? Like you just want one in kind of a quiet downtown area, but not like you can get a parking lot in New York City, and that's, you know, a multi-million-dollar enterprise. If I can get multiple wives, anyone can, and I have a good job. Thank you very much. But you only have $11. Oh, look, I can do ASMR things. There we go. That was it. Earned the hashtag. Please, God, no. Being an ASMR streamer must be so easy. You just make noises into your microphone. Fuck, I picked the wrong job. Right? I picked this job where I have to answer questions all day and know things. And I could have just like played with audible objects in a microphone all day. Like kinetic sand. I could have just squished kinetic sand in my hand for hours and streamed myself sleeping. Where did I go wrong? Your point is, I make great money. I just make poor life choices. Having multiple wives seems like the most expensive life choice you've made. Is ASMR a kink thing? I think so. A lunar? And just pop balloons and be giddy all day? It's crazy that internet fame like pushes people into just displaying one emotion all day. Like what the fuck is that? Like that shit where they just act happy the whole time, that freaks me out. I don't trust happy people at all. Like anytime I meet someone who's overly polite or overly happy, I'm immediately suspicious of them. Like a true New Yorker. Oh, I just assumed trades has something to do with medication, like medicated hyperactivity. Are you suspicious of the Japanese? No, they're not overly happy all the time, though. I know several Japanese people who are cynical and hate everybody just like me. Well, the first thing you have to ask yourself when you meet someone who's happy is what the fuck is wrong with this person, right? There's only two answers. One, they're stupid and oblivious, right? Because that makes people happy. Or two, they have an ulterior motive for displaying happiness when that's not really how they're feeling. It's disingenuous, right? Look at Baba. Is it ripping? Oh shit. Bye. Are you suspicious of Sanjit? No. Are you suspicious of the Mormons? I mean, I'm suspicious of anybody who actively participates in religious activities. 3, they're on a lot of drugs. Yeah, but that's usually easy to tell. That's not happy. That's lunacy. That's the other end of. So that's like if you're bipolar and buying five tens is like your that's when you're all God damn it, what's the term for that? I forget. Manic. That's it. You're going through mania when you're buying 5 tens. You're like ha ha ha, and you're really happy about it. That's yeah. That's just mania. That's a you know that's not happiness. It's maybe an illusion of happiness. What would be your dream way of spending your days post MOASS? I don't know. I feel like this is kind of it, right? Like after this, everything will just be boring. Hashtag goal life. Happiness and mania are synonyms, sir. Uh, Madara, I'm not going to tell you that a $40 out of the money call for a fucking month out is a great idea. Desire is a trap. Desirelessness is liberation. Okay, Girk's long lost chair alone on a boat. Um, you're not wrong. What kind of volume can we expect on a roll? I'm asking, but today has had more volume than the past few days. Um, our last roll had pretty significant volume. I think it was like 70 or 80 million. Um, I don't know what that would be now. It would be less, maybe more than half, maybe a third of that amount of volume. So 20 million volume for a roll. Are you suspicious of comedians? No, I think they're just depressed. And making other people laugh makes them feel something. And so that's what they seek. Or they're narcissists and love the attention. Do you think MOASS will be such a dopamine rush that nothing will ever make us feel alive again, and we'll all be depressed trillionaires? I feel like this being a highlight of spending your time shows your understanding of living in capitalism and makes it hard for you to fall into an existential crisis. Interesting. Have you considered that you need to watch Moana or MOASS? I have not, Popcorn Trader. Would you go on the Matt Course channel and explain to him why the movie stock is bad? No, that sounds like a huge fucking waste of my time. He's not going to stop shilling it until his viewership and subscriber count drops, and then he'll move on to the next hype thing. Uh, so, Ko-Fi. Oh, I try to be happy as much as possible. Also been through a lot of major shit. Not saying to ignore sadness. Also, the urinal is in my garage bar, not the basement. Thank you very much. I'm not reading it. Why did you? Oh wait. Also, not saying to ignore sadness. Okay, you just sent the same one twice, Darth Dan. Stop. First of all, stop donating me money. Second of all, stop trying to get me to sing The Sound of Silence as it pertains to GME. I'm not going to do it. Coors isn't streaming today. Why focus so much on hating AMC? Someone needs to. Everyone's so dishonest about it, and it bugs me. And so I think I overcompensate for that irritation by being just extra bearish on it. And because if the facts presented to them aren't enough to get them out of the stock, then maybe shame is. Maybe shame will be their salvation. Also, fuck them. I will not stop sending you money. When you get hand to stop sending you money, so will I. I've been unsuccessful on that front. What's up with this line of one share asks in the order book? Volume's low. Volatility's dropping off, and so they don't need to put in any buy orders, right? Or they don't need to put in any sell orders, rather. If sentiment shifts, the algorithm will stack the ask side. That's all. If volume picks up and there's a change in sentiment trend, the ask side of the order book will stack up. It's nothing to read into. Can't AMC just be another trade? I mean, stop the hate. It's just a trade. No, because it's being used specifically, as far as I can tell, being used specifically to divide retail interest. So, at best, it's like a plant. People are going to lose money over there, tons of it, because they're fed, a false narrative over and over and over again, brainwashing them. You think you'll be able to stop streaming after MOASS, or you get withdrawal symptoms? I don't know. I don't know what I would stream post MOASS. It sure as fuck wouldn't be the stock market. Please get some beauty tips before we lose some of the beauty audience in here. What face wash are you using as of late? I told you I have a peach pit scrub. I use that, and then I have like a soft cleanser. And so I do like the soft cleansing daily, morning and night, and then the peach pit scrub like every other day, for the exfoliation. Team up with Jake Paul. Ugh. Monetize those calves. You hitting the St. Ives peach scrub? It's not St. Ives. It's called what's the name of the company? Like Serendipity or something? I don't know. I don't pick out my own facial products. What are you gonna do for the rest of your life post MOASS? Will you start a hedge fund? I guess I'll just keep making money. Um, why? To have the most. You got it, Bob Lewis. Have you ever tried mayo? Oh, yeah, of course. But I only eat mayo that I steal from hedge fund managers. Sorry, Greg, is there a possibility to reach 250, 300 and fall down another time? Yeah, if enough liquidity is created and options are cash settled. You can stream yourself trading the Pickle ETF and selling luxury goods. We need you. We're streaming games post MOASS. You don't have a choice. Carl and I are holding you captive on this one. All right, fine. We'll do some let's plays. We'll mix them in. It'll just be like a Gherk's variety fucking hour. We can sell luxury products. We'll trade the pickle ETF and we'll do let's plays. I'll start another channel for pickle fitness and hire someone to do that until Pickle Entertainment Network is a real thing. Although that really does just sound like the name of a porn company. What's the biggest loss financially you have taken? College. Stream from your booth bed and breakfast. Can you explain your can you explain for thesis on AMC? What? Does this mean you aren't gonna leave us post MOASS? No, I probably am. This is even better than Christmas. The pigeon will get to chug for you forever. Well, until cirrhosis kicks in. Do you think non-insider individuals have more shares than DFE? The person I know with the most shares does not have more shares than DFE. DFE has more shares than the fucking CEO of GME. Did you see the footage that was found of what happened last night when you left the stream? It's in your inbox. Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think. Wait. All right, I'll do it. Hmm. What the fuck is going on? All right, hold on. Someone's like starting a fight outside my apartment or something. I'll be right back. God, today is gonna be a long day. What time is it? It's only 1 o'clock. Not necessarily, Elliot Moss. Consider building a fund buying AAA mortgages. Just make sure that the ones you're buying are in fact AAA. Can you look at Saber? I would appreciate your thoughts. 722 9Cs. Looks like it's going to go into accumulation. 722s? So next year? Wait. Oh, these. You have nines. Looks. I mean, I think you have enough time for it to start realizing a higher price. This is like textbook Wyckoff distribution. Accumulation, distribution, accumulation. So just catch the next round of growth, I guess. Seems perfectly fine, if especially if you're that far out. I don't want to know more about the company personally, but I'm sure you've done your research. If you start those channels, I'll pigeon whale immediately. Oh yeah, cooking with Gurk and tiny vacuum porn. Okay. TikTok. Oh man, I'm way behind on chat. What's your thesis on AMC? I think it's used as a volatility hedge against other meme stocks. I think we saw them cover their short position there, and flip. So I think they flipped their position on AMC when it ran up to $70. So they went from short to long. I think they make obscene amounts of money selling covered calls there, and I think they use it and its very wide order book and high volatility as a long volatility hedge against GME. Since both are in the same ETF baskets when they get covered and the FTDs come in at the same time, they can use the retail FOMO into AMC as a hedge against retail FOMO into GameStop, which costs them far more money. Of the big holders you personally know the position of, do you total more than DFV? No, close, but no. I know someone who bought in big in Feb, and he hasn't sold yet. And I think he's the closest, but his cost basis was still $35 a share higher than DFV's. Best YouTube channel. Val Kilmer was the best Batman. Do you ever explain why you expected a DFV tweet months back? Keep meaning to ask. I thought that he knew the cycles and that he was tweeting them. And so when we first started to figure them out, I thought he would tweet when the August one started, like right before the August one started. I mean, if you want additional things on AMC, they've increased their float like 300 or 400% over this year. As soon as they're able to sell more shares, they will, which is essentially just them pocketing the money from their shareholders. Adam Aaron has repeatedly sold and increased his bonuses and profited as much as he can off the dying husk of his company. If you guys know anything about Sears and how their CEO ran them into the ground, you will see almost the exact same effects playing out in AMC. When their debt comes due in January, share prices averaging down these Feb 300s or cheaper Feb 350s. You could even just get lower strikes, right? Save those for volatility and aim for lower strikes instead of trying to. You can average down the whole position, like the whole vertical. That's on the SPY. What's it doing? It's looking weak. It'll either break to the upside or fall into close. If there's not a lot of confidence in the market, we'll see it dip into close again, because people are afraid to carry it overnight or carry positions overnight. You do not, Moonwind. No problem, Joey. Do some of the holders you know in real life have double your shares, like 4 shares? Yeah, I do know a few people with like 4. Some I even know a couple of people with 10, like 10 shares. Thank you, Han. What is the relevance of the December 1st date marked on your DD number 3 right before the CME roll on the 9th? The December 1st date is when I expect us to see uh, action indicating a roll or a fail. It's an unknown. We don't know what they're going to do. And so that from December 1st through December 9th is the period we're looking at to determine if they are going to roll or fail the futures contracts, which will then determine if we see that anomaly window occur again in January. Super serial. Can you think other than an NFT dividend or DRSB catalyst or MOASS? I know you mentioned continued pressure, but what prevents continued can kicking? Illiquidity. So DRS aids illiquidity, and NFT dividend. I don't think it's going to happen. I know people want the hopium and want to speculate on it, but I see a very, I don't see a case for one. I think it would be bad for them ultimately. And you know, it's all speculative, so you can disagree with me if you want to, but I prefer to focus on the fundamentals, because if this is truly a squeeze, that's all it should need. Illiquidity, like liquidity, should dry up. Short positions will become exposed. Positions will need to be covered. For every trade, there is a counterparty, and you know, regardless of the risk sharing that occurs through the DTC or the NSCC, no counterparty is going to take on that kind of risk for another. They will burn them and move on. They did it to Lehman Brothers. They'll do it again, right? And Bear Stearns. They don't give a shit, right? They'll fucking buy their assets at liquidation, improve their value, and, you know, concentrate the market, which is beneficial for the entire, all of them. All the remaining funds benefit off the death of big funds. Now, will they push it? Maybe not, right? But you know, they won't hesitate to capitalize on it. Is that us bouncing off the long-term trend line? No, this is on a different time scale. This is out here. It's out here. It's just right above the EMA 160, which we're about at. We're a few cents above it right now. I put some resistance lines in for the SPY. The correction indicator would begin probably about here. So it's right at it. If it starts to fall through there, you know, we're in a correction. So these are the zones. I just don't have them, you know, fancied up. I have crypto. I have Loopring. I bought a bunch of it at like 30 cents a little while back. It's up. I don't really pay that much attention to it. I have Solana, some Algorand, and HNT. I have a bunch of. Can you please talk to us a bit more about what institutional buying looks like? You mentioned it earlier when looking at me. I'm curious. Also, I think it would be a great clip. I mean, it's just a big volume spike. Clearly, an institution bought into me. I'm sure if you back check that, you'll see institutional buying occurring within this quarter. So this current quarter, I guess. So, you know, might have to wait till the next set of 13Fs, but someone bought in big here. Volume significantly in excess of the trend. Probably, I mean, if you look at the intraday, you're going to see a huge spike on like the volume weighted average price. If you weight the volume weighted average price, you'll see that as well. You'll see like a large bump, even on a smoothed average. And you know, probably continued retail like FOMO or the completion of the purchase. So, you know, like at market, and then the purchase was completed. Once the purchase was completed and they decided they didn't want to buy any higher, you know, because we had all these bag holders down here, then we started to see sell-offs at that resistance. And we knew that that was going to be a resistance sell off because that was the previous high, right? Previous high here, similar high. So people were ready to sell after bag holding through all of this, as soon as the price hit these levels. And then, this probably is mostly market action, but continued sell off. It could be institutional sell off. Someone may have now gotten out, right? They rode it to the top and then they got out. There's a lot of things you can look for. You can look at open interest on the options chain for in the money strikes, and see if large positions are moving into a stock that way. But those are all things to look for. Another bounce. I think the Loopring connections, they want to use it for their NFT marketplace. Average Joe's pretty awesome. His videos are pretty great. The lines look bullish going into close. What are they? Trend line on a different time frame. So you can just kind of ignore them. It's annoying that they're working on the 1 minute, but they're not drawn on the 1 minute. So it could be possible that they postpone rolling to the very last minute, so they would wait till the 9th. I don't think they could get the volume necessary to roll on 1 day unless they just ran the price up to like, I mean, it would have to be absurd levels. How come you don't burp? I don't know. Dr. K. I didn't. At least not if you sent it within the last 2 hours. 650K shares just got available for loan at IBKR. Interesting. Hold on. Okay, no, 250,000 shares. If they're covering their recent share borrows, that's interesting. Hold on. I'm going to update Reddit real quick. You post those correction zones on RSS or at least the Discord? Yeah, sure. I'll just put them in the announcements channel. Wonder if we'll inverse the SPY dipping end of day. If the SPY does. SPY also reversing right now. So it looks like they're tanking the price, covering, dropping the price. They might cover again here. Buying SPXS still? No, I've moved. So after the last correction, I moved most of my hedge to like long dated VIX calls. Um, I don't feel that a market crash is imminent. I feel that a steep correction might be, and I think the VIX is probably one of the better ways to profit off of that. I'll buy, puts on the SPY, but since I don't think like a steep crash is incoming in the near term, I'd rather hedge my position. And then all of that was always just a hedge, like that long term SPY stuff. But I think I told everybody when I did that, I'm proud to have made you money on HNT, bro. That was a good play. This is a very good play. I hope you also made money on HNT. Opinion on a YOLO play? Like what kind of YOLO play? When speaking, SPY gonna drop. That's so weird. We haven't heard you burp. What the fuck? Now I'm suspicious. Why would I? I don't. I don't like. I don't off gas frequently. Like I'm not a. I don't generate a lot of. Like I don't know, gases. YOLO to turn 2K into 10K. Do you think when this is all said and done, GME will be taught in finance classes? I think we'll see yeah, but probably more from how to avoid being caught in a scenario like GME sense than what it meant. Reddit's gonna have a field day with Burpgate. A healthy gut biome is important to healthy mental aptitude. I don't know. I mean, sometimes, but it's just rare. Earnings are after hours, but looks like some upside potential. They beat their last 3 earnings estimates. Ulta could be interesting. I wonder if that's a basket stock. That's consumer discretionary. I should probably check that out. I mean, I more than doubled my initial investment. I also know that HNT is such a good long-term hold, so yeah, I made money and the play isn't over. Are you still buying into it, especially after the split, right? Like when does the split happen? You write a book after you retire. Working title: Technical Analysis for Degenerates. Says the deferral window passed and the cover failed. Well, either the cover failed or they didn't have a lot to cover. That's still not determined, right? Like we don't know. Is that a good thing for MOASS? I think if they fail to cover, it's very good for MOASS, right? Because that could mean a margin call. It could be detrimental if they just didn't have very much exposure. If the exposure continues to be diminished, then yeah, that's not good, obviously. I still trust you. Plus, it seems you're better for the environment than some of these dirtbags. Also, really killed the transition to e-commerce at the beginning of COVID. Uh, what do you think about them jacking up the price after earnings because you all think it's going to drop and people have been buying puts? Is there an opportunity to fake a put push in order to trap them? Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm just straddling my long position, right? And not even to the same extent. Like I'm gonna buy some straddles to offset the loss if they do tank it after earnings. Any interesting call plays for earnings? I mean, I'm just straddling like the Jans and Febs I have. Nothing fancy. Someone earlier DMD Ko-fi'd you about a rule. Any thoughts for us DGens? I mean, kind of similar analysis to mine in regards to the bounce off the EMA 180. Um, I think we've talked about this a lot, but yeah, anytime GME has a low test of an EMA, I put it actually in the morning DD today. Here, 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 here. Anytime GME has had a test of a low EMA, it is moved up significantly afterwards. It's been a very profitable entry point for calls, especially long-term calls. So yeah, I mean, like, I try to load up on calls anytime GameStop drops this low. I just updated Reddit like a couple minutes ago. Is now a good time to enter Feb options? I think so, but I mean, you could wait for theta. I don't know if we're gonna bounce right now. Generally, our downtrend lasts a few days. Can you please give insights of the events occurring to GME earnings window? They usually short GME price, but now add all these roll fail scenarios. So how can they short earnings if roll fail? I mean, they shorted earnings last time and they failed to roll. They generally they're ready to short earnings, right? Because earnings falls on the roll date. So as soon as earnings is over, their margins are already back to neutral and they can slam the price down. Remember when you asked me about a 5G helium mesh network? Check your DMs. Ooh, I will. Not right now, but I'll check them later. Cool daddy. Does Evergrande play into MOASS in your opinion? If so, why or why not? I mean, in the sense that like a market crash could spur MOASS, maybe. Evergrande's default is minimal. It's kind of, I feel like it's kind of getting scapegoated. Like, sure, yeah, they have a lot of money in bonds, but it's not that fucking much. It's more of a signal that the rest of the Chinese real estate market is suffering or getting ready for a downturn. But at the same time, like if investor confidence in the Chinese markets fails, we could see that capital flow into the U.S. markets, right? And so it may not be as bearish as people think. Also, the CCP, can immediately enact changes because it's not a democracy. They're not slow moving. They're very quick on their feet as far as the government goes, and so they can prevent a crash in their own real estate markets in a timely fashion. I mean, when the fears about Evergrande first started popping up, it got just suspended for multiple periods of time. They don't have to let it fail, right? Too big to fail. Well, they can make that a reality. How come biotech stocks never increase in price when they get good news? They usually do. They almost always just move on sentiment or fundamentals. More importantly, fundamentals. Like the news no one really gives a shit about, right? It's just like FDA approvals and move to market and profitable earnings. Those are the big things that drive biostocks. So biostocks, like playing biostocks is all about buying the low and making sure that you're in long enough that when it runs, if it runs, you'll see a payout. The problem is cheap biostocks, they only really run when something relevant happens, like they pass an FDA trial, like 1, 2, 3, whatever, or get FDA approval. Those are the things that run those stocks. And so if they don't pass or they fail to get FDA approval, you've just dumped your money into a thing that's been fairly, and then it's going to crash, right? So it's kind of like just a bet that the science is there and that they have the funding to get through the approval process. So short sellers have given up trying to understand how to price GameStop with the founder of Chewy at the helm. Yeah, I'd imagine. How would the CCC stop it? Just say stop, spend money. Yeah, they could just pump money into it, right? They could print money. They're a government. They can pay off their bonds, right? They could do a lot of things. Baba dropping on news of delisting Chinese securities. Yep. Baba doing big downs. Wonder how the effect that will have on the SPY. Maybe it's time to get rid of my calls. I just want to see how that plays out. Is there a scenario where Evergrande or the Chinese real estate as a whole provides liquidity issues for hedge funds, banks in the U.S., in your opinion? I mean, they could just sell, right? They can just sell out of their positions and like they can close their positions and they're gonna take some losses in the panic. But Thomas, welcome to Cornishon. Hey dude, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that.
Welcome to Cornishon. Cornishon. Cornishon.
Yeah, I know. 250,000 shares returned to IBK. Cat moving up. Man, maybe I should have sold on that test of 200. I'm guessing the Dow's turning around. Yeah. Dow's climbing back up. SPY doesn't look terrible. Nasdaq not looking fucking great though. I think I'm gonna be watching my cap position pretty closely. Markets are still just really unstable. Oh yeah, absolutely. Backhanded compliment. There's definitely price manipulation going on GameStop in order to profit. Someone's profiting off of it. I think we're going back in the 170, 190 range this whole month. That's possible. I expect we'll stay fairly low unless something happens with earnings. Move was not 510 cat calls for Fab. I am nervous for my bank account on Christmas now that I know you. Why? Don't don't buy me Christmas presents. I'm an internet stranger. Han, don't do it. How can I manipulate the market? Step one, get a bunch of money. Or should I ship your Yankee candle? I don't want it. Boof it. I don't care what you do with it. Uh, Internet stranger sounds so negative. That was the idea. I'm gonna start Amazon wish list like a cam girl. No. It's discussing grease nipples. Regarding a dividend, oh boy. GameStop has to notify the NYSE 10 days in advance and shareholders and the media 10 minutes in advance. Possible to be in that window with positive earnings plus announcement? No, I don't care. Sure, whatever. If you want to believe that. If that makes you happy and you can sleep better at night, go for it. A Christmas present to you is a blank check addressed to me. If you could put a 9 and then a whole lot of zeros with no decimal points, that'd be great. No. Earnings has nothing to do with shorting. Jimmy can have a good report and they will still short it. Retail owns the float. Stay on point. Yeah. I mean, they don't have to short it. I think they do that to make the earnings appear worse than they are, right? Like, oh, that's the confirmation we needed. It's all just psychological manipulation. It's not really like, it's not even impressive at this point. Like, no one cares. Sure, drop the price 20 fucking $30. I don't give a shit. Do you have a TLDR and when the price has dropped $70 in 4 days? Because they're done covering. Whatever they had to cover, they covered. Now the price is down. Or they failed margin and are driving the price down in order to cover. They have to generate liquidity some way. And the only ways of doing that are lowering or raising the price. So if by them dropping the price, people sell, they get the liquidity they need. If they drop the price and no one sells, then they need to drive it back up. How big do you think it is? And what do you think causes it? I mean, I think there's plenty of things that could cause a steep market correction. Probably 50% ish, I would say. What specific thing? I mean, there's too many. There's whatever factor the media latches onto. I'm sure there'll be many, many underlying causes. If apes hold the float and more and continue to hold any way they can wiggle out of their position, possibly. Not really seeing how they can ever can. They will reach a point where they can't kick the can. I think that's true. But I think that those points are very specific, like January. I think January presents a point at which it becomes very difficult for them to kick the can. But if they make it through January and they have the rest of the year to drag this out, I mean, yeah, they can, get the stock to trade sideways. People lose interest and sell. New people are always buying in, but as GameStop can, slowly slip into obscurity, right? It's not like a very media forward company, so we don't get a lot of like big announcements, and it's not like Elon Musk is the CEO and he's out there, every day bullshitting about how great his company is, right? Like it's just solid earnings and quarterly statements, and that's fine. Like that can be sufficient for plenty of growth in the long term. But I mean, if they have time, then they can get out of their position slowly. They can, pack it into longer term derivatives as the risk becomes more and more negligible. So I don't think time is our friend. I've come to meet with you again. God damn it. Fuck you, Darth Dan. Still confident late Jan, early Feb run. Yeah, I mean, I'm still pretty confident in a late December run, which comes first. It's not cashless exercise and sell to cover Bo Bandy. And they do offer it. You have to talk to somebody at the options desk. The customer service reps at fucking Fidelity are still customer service reps. They're not professional traders. They're they type your question into the computer. You have to dig a little deeper to get the response. So yeah, it's inaccurate. I would say it's Evergrande's fault, Popcorn Trader. Evergrande has an entire team of people dedicated to rubbing gum on the inside of people's overcoats. It's interesting. It's one of the reasons they're going bankrupt. Your personal opinion, though, what do you think is the biggest catalyst? Uh, a fail of margin. Yeah, a margin call by far. And I think we're close. I think illiquidity is reaching it's kind of like hitting an inception point where they'll no longer be able to hedge appropriately on the stock due to the lack of available shares. And it gets really, really dangerous at that point for them. Yeah, I don't think RC is interested in a squeeze at all. Why would he be? He has a duty to his shareholders to grow the company and improve its profits and improve its forward-looking prospectus, but he has no duty to initiate a short squeeze on his stock, creating volatility in his stock for Jesus, God knows how long. If you were to catalyze a squeeze on GME. He can't sell, right? Like, I mean, GameStop could release shares at the peak and profit greatly, but trading their own stock, which is not, a good look. And then, just the volatility in the stock for years to come could be exceptionally high because of that. What RC wants is people to buy his stock and hold it. That's it. And, their positions grow with the company. You build value and trust. And a short squeeze doesn't, generates value, but it doesn't generate a lot of trust. Day 5 of no smoking. I'm keeping track of what I would have spent. I'm going to put all that I would have spent into GME. So far, I've saved $3,741. Jesus. What do you smoke? Like 5 packs of cigarettes a day? But he did hype us for nothing. If he's not interested in the squeeze, why even start the hype? What hype? I mean, he's only really had like a couple posts that directly relate to the like anything we'd be concerned with, right? And like he probably just has like somebody who manages his social media and they're like, these are buzzwords, use these in your tweets. Like that's all it is. I don't think RC's gonna offer a share offering. That's not good for him. Yeah, that's fine. Popcorn trader, go nuts. What if a CEO of a company using Twitter is just a marketing tool, right? It's effective too. I'm sure they have a correlation between when RC tweets and sales, and it looks good. Oh, buttermilk buttercream. Seymour, Tim Timmery. Do you think another share offering would completely extinguish any possibility of MOASS? If they offered shares at this quarter's earnings, I would be very, very upset. I don't know. The timing would be terrible. That's nice. If you were to take a 50-50 bet for next week for fun, would you bet they make some announcement? No. I don't want them to. I don't want them to announce anything because announcements can be spun, right? If they release a product that's not ready too soon, that can be spun negatively. If they announce, something that competition leaps onto, that can be spun negatively. If the announcement's not big or groundbreaking enough, that can be spun negatively. I just want them to have better EPS. If positive EPS would be fucking fantastic. And just say nothing. Just fucking release the report. Let them short the stock. Let's move on with this. I don't know why people are so hung up on the idea that like the company they're invested in is somehow gonna trigger a short squeeze to make them rich. Or why they'd want them to. Like let the shorts fuck themselves. Be patient. When I first started this stream, people used to ask me like all the time, like when moon, when's this happening? And I said it could drag out. It could drag out a long time. I was hoping it would happen this year. It doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Um, the potential's still there, obviously, but like this stuff can take a long time because first of all, the ownership percentage has to build up enough that the liquidity dries up. But the market mechanics are going to be what facilitates a short squeeze. It's not going to be like, some fucking hero riding in on their golden goose and raining fucking eggs down on everyone. This is a strategic investment, right? This isn't, and when you start to get too tinfoily, I think people lose sight of that. All the mechanics that are necessary for a short squeeze and all the positions that are necessary for a short squeeze are already in place. Just fucking relax. Yeah, I mean, them doing something tangible is fine, but it's a turnaround. Like the window of expectations is about 2 to 3 years. Someone make an NFT of a hero riding a golden goose. I mean, the analyst case for the stock being $20 has been real fucking slim for months now, right? Like, how long can they sustain that analysis without it just being obviously fraudulent? And once they can't, you know, realistically publish an analysis of, a fair market value of GameStop at $20, and they have to start to respect the market's valuation of GameStop, that puts the shorts in a tricky position. It's how they maintain that short position without, uh, a solid analysis. Like they're gonna lose their confidence from their investors. What's the Pickle stance on 100% DRS? Well, first of all, I mean it's unrealistic, right? Because like you're not going to get institutional holders to DRS their shares, and there are institutions that own GameStop. Second of all, I think it takes too long. So I think we've DRS'd a lot. I think that's a positive. I think that puts pressure on them, and then I think that retail is fully capable of applying additional pressure itself through the options. Um, and I think that's the fastest way to facilitate a short squeeze and probably the most reliable. In 5 years, if 100% of the float is DRS, they could, have that entire position packaged up into, 10-year swaps that get moved into foreign markets and we never see again. And then what shorts do they have to cover? And I don't think giving them the time to do that, like right now, they're still caught kind of between a rock and a hard place. But over time, they could wiggle out. So the exposure they had on 1119 was either covered slowly. I mean, some was covered right up front, right? We did run Monday, which is in the T+2 window, and a little bit Tuesday morning. So some exposure was covered, but yeah, it's possible that when they opened that volatility swap on Tuesday and the price tanked, that that was the rest of their exposure. It's also possible that the exposure was diluted due to the deferment and the extended settlement dates. But we hit the expected conservative price targets. Um, I don't know what more people want. People want everything to happen right at the exact moment it's expected, and that's not the way the market works, right? Like if we hit 250 the day before we're supposed to hit 250, we still hit 250. You know, I told everybody that they could that their window of manipulation is that T plus 2. That's where they can move it around, and that's what they did. If they're locked into that, you know, and that's where they can take advantage of you know, people buying cheap calls. That's what they're going to do, right? You know, if it's supposed to run on Tuesday, but they can run it Wednesday, they'll run it Wednesday. If it's supposed to run on Tuesday and they can run it Monday, they'll run it Monday. If they can hedge in advance and have limited exposure afterwards, they'll do that. I mean, there's a lot of ways they can manipulate even that small window. And you know, the second retail got spooked and started cash settling options, down goes the price. Yeah, I looked at the FTD report. I don't have the data yet, like the graph data, but I'll post it as soon as I do. Yeah, those are various long-term trends. They're on different time scales, though. You could just ignore them. I think people wanted volume. Yeah, I did too. I mean, um, I think everyone was expecting volume. I mean, I think if nothing, a lot of people learned a valuable lesson with GameStop, which is that it's unpredictable, especially in the short term. So we can highlight a window where the stock will run, right? And it's fairly assured that it will run within that window. But the extent of that run is questionable. Um, the volume of that run, we've now learned, is questionable. They will manipulate those runs in any way they can. They'll happen, but we have to, you know, play them conservatively, I guess, is the best way to handle it, right? Consistent profit taking over the curve of the run up is probably the best way to um, take advantage of that. Cash settling means sell to close. Yes. Part of the DRS thesis seems to be that there were so many synthetic shares created, the float could be DRS several times over just by retail. Thoughts? I do think retail ownership is high, and yes, there's a significant number of synthetic shares in the market, but um, I don't know. I, I feel like people with large holdings are less inclined to DRS. I don't know. I mean, we've seen DRS run up for several weeks now. I think the estimates are at, like, you know, a little over 10% of the float, right? If that was the most recent one. I think I think part of the problem is that, like, retail's gotten into this mindset that they don't have to act as the aggressor, right? That, like, somehow the market they don't trust uh, is going to act in their benefit, and that's something I disagree with. So straddle next week. I mean, I'm gonna straddle earnings. Yeah. No, I don't think they covered it on November 3rd. Tons of those shares are locked up in retirement accounts and international accounts and no DRS as well. That's true. Any thoughts on Charlie's vid's opinions on DRS? He's wrong. He doesn't understand how continuous net settlement works, I'm sure. Um, I'd love somebody to point me to a video where Charlie's been right about something, except what he's read directly, but his assumptions generally tend to prove wrong. I think he misunderstands um, that they need volume, and that DRS robs them of volume in order to satisfy those FTDs. So without the volume, they can't push through the FTDs into the obligations warehouse fast enough, which creates a pile up. So, and DRS does affect that. We saw that with Ryan Cohen's buy-in back in last December, his second buy-in. Obviously DRS, he's an insider. And so yeah, I don't think he's correct. I understand where he's coming from, but his assumptions or his conclusions are wrong. I don't think Jimmy's going to do anything to damage their stock. Oh, I'm sure they want derivatives on crypto. I lost and learned a lot last week. The only thing to do now is play smarter next time. No more diamond handing weeklies or buying the day before a run for me. What do you think the volume of the price action will be late December compared to other runs? It should be greater. It's leaps. It's ETF leap exposure. So it should be greater than the quarterly runs. I don't know by how much. There's two leap dates, and the January one is preferred. Like the quarter one leaps are larger in open interest, but the December ones have a lot of open interest as well. So we'll see. Obviously, like those hard resistances to the upside still stand, 225, 250, depending on our trading price going into the run. Based on the November or the most recent November run on the 19th, I would say we should be on the lookout for hedging in advance of gamma exposure, and so we may see the run begin earlier, probably the week before, through the T+2 date. So longer term options definitely more beneficial. Weeklies risky as always. If a stock is going to run consistently like $5, $6, $7 a day, then having a far dated options call is going to capture all of that movement up to the peak, as opposed to trying to YOLO in once it's running, right? So if they're going to run it in advance, that's going to be to try to keep people from leveraging that with options. So is your theory that they couldn't cover GEX, so borrowed shares to meet their assignment, and then will fail to deliver on the borrowed shares by December 30th? That's possible. If the exposure was too high, or there was no liquidity with which to cover, and they failed to cover, then a forced buy-in is required. Obviously, they have an extension for the deposit on that, and then additionally an extension to complete it. Up to 70 days per FINRA, I believe. They can push it out due to illiquidity, which would give us, someone actually DM me a DD on this last night, and I found some of the like 4210 rulings. So if that's the case and 19th was the fail here, then 70 days puts us at January 28th. That's the maximum for the FINRA illiquidity extension. Thoughts on secret layers? They're awesome. Sending inverse head and shoulders. I think I'm going to update Reddit with this real quick. 1 second, guys. Why do insiders automatically DRS? Because they can't sell their shares. It's DRS handles their employee stock program. What's up with the restless leg syndrome today? I don't know. It's not in the best interest of GameStop to get the shorts off their backs. Not only have retail become loyal investors, but they have become loyal customers and promoters of the brand. Why wouldn't RC want MOASS? Thousands of super rich, loyal customers for life who would buy anything and everything that GME sells. If Elon can sell tequila, RC can sell mayo bananas, and apes would buy. That'll fade, right? Like, you think that brand loyalty would last for life, but unlikely. They sure do get a lot of extensions. They do. Check it out, reverse crime. Why did I get the feeling that you were a Storm player pre-Seething Song Plan? I always played Storm. I love Storm. That's like one of my favorite decks ever. I got 2x Jin, 400C. Sounds like it should offload this for Feb. Lower strike if possible on the next run up. Also, Fairies. Fairies is my other favorite deck. Darth Dan. 2x Jin, 400. Sounds like you should offload this for Feb. Lower strike if possible on the next run up. Yeah, you could. That's advantageous. That's why I think both is so advantageous, right? Because the DRS camp is going to DRS, the options camp is going to option, and the combination of those two likely presents enough illiquidity to drive a squeeze. If we know that they're due for a volatility squeeze based on the fundamental analysis of the market, and retail can create a gamma squeeze, then that is our highest chance of triggering a short squeeze. I'm gonna go further out to avoid IV crush. I'll probably buy my like at the money puts for the straddle. Maybe April. It depends on what IV's looking like. I think IV will be lower further out, so I'll probably buy April at the money puts. It's not a cheap play, but preferred Codblade variant. Oh, I quit right around that time, but damn, I'm trying to remember the name of it. I didn't play a lot during that period. It was like Esper Blade, I think. Who else is excited for zero DTA day tomorrow? Since they put in the margin delay rules, is there anything you're seeing now that disproves the possibility that someone's got margin got blown up last week and we'll find out next week? We wouldn't find out next week because of the deferment. It would be shit at the earliest. It's possible that it could be as soon as December 13th, but all the way out to the 15th, December 13th through 15th. The deposits are required by December 8th through 10th, depending on how far the deferment pushes it. But I mean, we'll see, right? I have long-term calls, so it's not something I really have to consider. That's the beauty of long-term calls, is that you can just buy them and not think about that like day-to-day shit. Remember we say we should wait for IV to drop to 80? It's close on the Aprils. It's in the 80s already. It hasn't dropped below 80, but historically that doesn't happen very often at all. David Lehrbaum Sr., thank you so much for becoming a dillionaire. I appreciate the membership. I'm gonna play you a chant, sir.
I want to be a billionaire.
Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
But to buy all that theta, not for me. But you lose it slower, right? So you're buying a rate of theta. You're not. So it's not like you're just buying all that theta. By having longer term calls, your rate of theta is decay is lower. So, so you're buying a better rate of decay. You're spending a lot on theta, but I have to say deferment is my personal least favorite word of the year. Mine is exemption. I'm sick of seeing that fucking word. I don't do MTG anymore. And I'm vehemently against EDH. I always thought of it as an attempt to dilute the game. Tinfoil hat here. Illiquidity can be resolved by supply and demand, i.e., raising the price. Crazy, I know. I know, right? Can you tell me how to lose 20 pounds in 3 days? I don't know. Lose a limb? I think people with long-term calls are still freaking out if they bought GME was 220 or more. I guess. But they can just buy more calls and average the loss down, right? People about, I mean, fucking DFE had like $15 calls months out, right? Like over 100% of the what GME was trading at the time. That'd be the equivalent of having like a 360 call today, right? And he watched those dip into almost nothing before they ran. Do you think the progressive lack of volume has to do to gradually reducing their short exposure? No, I actually think the progressive lack of volume has to do with people not buying fucking options anymore. You can actually see the sentiment shift when OI on GameStop starts to decrease, so does our price action. That's it. Retail stop buying options or just buying and holding. Less open interest means less gamma exposure. It's pretty fucking simple. I mean, are they covering marginally? Yeah, probably. Of course. Why wouldn't they take advantage of opportunities to cover? They're not retarded. Can they cover their old short position? No, it's astronomically out of the money. So the only thing they can do with that is continue to kick it down the road. But by retail not buying options, not being informed about options, refusing to learn about options, you know, they essentially release that pressure from the short hedge funds, and that pressure is so important. And you don't need me to tell you. Go read the fucking SEC report. Gary Gensler wrote it down in very simple terms. XRT had 8,656,422 FTDs October 4th through 7th. T plus 35 from those dates to the peak of the run on November 17th. Immediately slammed just after. Those FTDs are on that day. So you go before them. The FTDs are settled the day. Never mind. Why do people think it works that way? So when the FTDs are a rolling total. So if on October 4th you have millions of FTDs and the next day you have none, they were resolved. They do not carry forward 35 days. The FTDs are from 35 days before that. Do you have a percentage split? You like stocks options for like a long-term play? Depends on my confidence in it. I would say anywhere from like 50-50 to 90-10. But most of my long-term holdings I have contracts on as well as stock. Clip it. I don't even know when it started. Are you nervous for how drunk I will be as a maid of honor this weekend? No, not really. Anyone else getting commercials in the middle of the stream? You shouldn't be. Usually it doesn't do that when my mic's active. I have those turned off, by the way, which really pisses me off that they do that. Is December 22nd the last run up before Jan to build capital for Febs? Possibly, yeah. I mean, there's FTD dates in January. Like, there's one other window past that that I see potential in. Um, Hold on. This is fucking arbitrage. This bullshit. 1 hour? No, daily. The other window that I see is here. This wide gap between FTD dates. They'll be more expensive, but that's another possible window of opportunity shortly after our run. As we run up on the FTD dates that stack up, kind of, you have the ETF and then the GME FTDs right here. And then, as that price action consolidates before the next FTD date, there might be a little bit of an opportunity. After that, probably not much. And we may be at a very high price by that point, depending on how December shakes out. I did. I clipped it, I think. Options just ruin the market in general. Waste of time for people with little cash trying to get rich. No, it's just leveraged investing. And people YOLOing money away is totally different than, long-term investing with, leveraged capital. It's just ignorant. Um, how long does this rule period last? I forget. From December 1st through the 9th. Well, let's technically they can roll it they can start rolling at any time, but from we're looking for price action from yesterday through December 9th for indication of a roll. We're not seeing it yet. It's unlikely. What if the NFT dividend was a picture of a pickle wearing a VWAP hat? Now wouldn't you feel silly? No. But I hope it is, because that's what I would do to me. How can the sentiment around options be changed if the loud minority isn't willing to learn? Um, I think education is the best tool to defeat ignorance in that regard. I think first off, pressure doesn't need to be applied to people who can't do it, like financially or incapable of, doing the options thing. First and foremost. But I think everybody should understand them and understand their effect and their importance. Um, and that, that starts with people just understanding how they function as a part of the markets. Ricardo, I already went over this. He's wrong. I've moved on. His big DRS causes FTDs video is well, I mean, the statement that DRS causes FTDs is true, but DRS also prevents those FTDs from being easily cleared through CNS. If you could rule the market, what would you change? I think it would just be good to have an enforcement agency through the government, and a requirement, and no delays, like no extensions, no delays, no special conditions made for any participants. Everyone operates under the same set of rules. The idea of like just keep the game fair, like that's really what I'd want to see. I don't really care that, like, I mean, capital markets are always gonna, benefit those with the most capital as they have the most leverage. But yeah, I think a lot of the exemptions and stuff that get made for, like market makers and ETFs and things like that should be taken away. It should be stripped. Settlement should be a set time frame. And settlement should be guaranteed. And that in itself would prevent a lot of the fuckery that we see occur if everyone was held to the same standard. Who's more nuts, Godpill or Charlie? I don't know. Both. What do you think better, 250 Jan or 300 Feb? I like time. I mean, they'll both print on a test of 250, right? I don't know if I care so much about the transparency. Just that, the mechanisms that, they're, I guess the transparency would be good. But I mean, obscured short positions isn't necessarily a bad thing, as long as it's being reported to somebody. The problem is it's not being reported to anybody. What's the price action you're predicting for the December run? I mean, within my conservative range still. I don't know what the upside could be, but it depends on what price we hit that run at, right? If we start running in advance of it, obviously the floor will get higher. As far as I can tell, there's no deferment scheduled for options that expire on the 17th. And so we should see price action similar to last year. So we could see a decent bump. But 20-30% maybe on the low end. I mean, technically, a cash secured put is a bullish bet. But you're hedging it with cash, right? It's already hedged. So, like, if you sell a cash secured put, there's really no hedge on it. What do you think is a realistic price for the peak of MOASS? I mean, it could just run if the short interest is anywhere near what we think it is. The potential is truly unlimited. How many people will realize that unlimited potential? I think that's a narrower. So yeah, I think the stock will run. I don't think there'll be a lot of people still holding at that point. The chart isn't tracking too well. It's tracking fine. I hope I hit the millions too, man. I'm fucking stoked. Prove me wrong. Look at pump on KR. I mean, Kroger's an anti-inflation, like it's a bet against inflation. First off, I don't think Kroger's carrying a massive short position. I don't even know if this would be related to GMA. Aside from that, I, well, okay, good for him. Um, I think setting arbitrary price targets for a short squeeze is silly. You could just follow the technical trends and exit equitably over the arc. Being like, oh, I'm not selling unless it hits 20 million. What if it doesn't? What if it hits 19.5? Are you gonna bag hold? Are you gonna bag hold through the short squeeze? I don't think so. I mean, the incentive is already in place. I don't need to say anything about it. Check SPY. Our calls are burning. Oh no. Good thing I bought them for next week. When did you buy them for, Turd? You'll know. Everyone who's asking me when we'll know if it's a short squeeze, you'll fucking know. There won't be any doubts. I understand the price action we saw on 1126 played out as expected, but what happened to the volume? I mean, maybe the OI wasn't significant enough. There's a lot of things. I mean, I can do my best to analyze every point, but like there's going to be shortcomings. I can't fucking predict every action across the market, especially not across 106 different ETFs. Exit DD link, please. Oh, I think one of the mods probably has it. Where's the best place to learn things such as options and technical analysis? I mean, you can start with Google. You can pick up technical analysis of the financial markets. You can pick up the book Options as a Strategic Investment. These are all excellent sources of information. Investopedia, your own brokerage's information on options, is probably sufficient, at least for a basic understanding. New York reports most daily COVID-19 cases since January. Fantastic. Looks like I won't be going outside anymore. People were asked how to tell when to exit. Figured it was a good time to link it. Any new guests planned? I don't know. I'd like to talk to more people. Like outside of the people that I've already talked to. Not that I don't mind, rehashing it with the people I have talked to, but I would like to talk to more. I'm just not really sure how to do that. It's like weird. Like, do I just like DM them like, hey man, come on my stream? I'm not really. I don't really know how to facilitate the talking to them. Can you speculate what you think happened to the volume, or is it not really helpful? Well, I can speculate, but there's too many variables. There's too many possibilities. Like volume could be diluted over the last 7 days because they had a deferral. They knew they had a deferral and they could dilute the covering over a long period of time, hence, not affecting price action significantly. It's possible that, they didn't have a lot of exposure in this window. And that the price action we saw was the covering of exposure, end of story. It's possible that they rolled it into the variance swap that they opened on Tuesday. There's just too many possible scenarios to really say definitively that it is one or the other. You can practice by sliding into any of our DMs randomly. Good to know, Smax. Thank you. Your invite will be considered. um you need a producer to book guests. I don't think I make enough money on here to hire a producer. Is there a reason to believe those factors won't be in play in December or Jan as well? Well, we know that the December date doesn't have a deferral, so that will eliminate that. Um, and exposure should be significantly higher as both of those dates are leap expirations. Index leaps in December, equity and index leaps in January. So they should have greater exposure, possibly even more so because this last quarterly date was so close to the leap that, when presented with the two options, most investors probably would have chosen the leap date over a quarterly option. So yeah, I mean, OI, especially January's OI, is massive. It's been building up, since last year. Many people in last February had bought leaps for January. I mean, it was like, yeah, the farthest out option date. People were like, it's gonna squeeze sometime. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of open interest out in January. And that's, even before we've approached it, as it will pick up more and more open interest. Because of its open interest, it generates interest due to its liquidity. Margot Robbie, don't even mention stocks once. Just DM them, hey man, you in bed? I could get Matt Kors to come on your stream, or is that a bear trap? Oh wait, he hates me now because of you guys. Whatever. Is that a thing? Is there like animosity on the other side? I felt like I was just being, you know, toxic and an asshole, but that, it was just mostly ignored on the other side. I'd love to know that my attitude has an effect. Maybe you saw the DD. Can you show us specifically how to tweak and optimize EMAs for MOASS? You can use really fast ones if the volume and volatility are way up. You can use some slower ones as, stability trends, and then but you don't need them. VWAP and RSI are probably enough. When Adamant Amish furniture making collab. Do you think OI will pick up on Jan 14? Force seems nice and low, but OI and TDA shows zero across the board. Oh, probably, yeah. I mean, those are weeklies. VIX 22 Fab 16C. Feb 16, 65 calls. You should put the C after the 65. Yeah, whatever. 136,806 OI. Thoughts? Dope. What about interviewing someone that currently works in a hedge fund? I could do that. What's your ultra conservative squeeze? I think they wouldn't want the notoriety, to be honest, though, and it'd be a risk to violate the terms of their NDAs. So unlikely that anyone who works in an active fund would want to participate. Maybe a family office or something, but I mean, I don't really know what information I would get out of that. I was at Matt's yesterday for the dip, and he made a comment when Trace Subway Cup sent him a monetized message. Something about Trace Subway Cup cheating on him. He looked sincerely hurt. Sorry I'm late. I heard that we're doing a Matt Course collab now. Can you have Red Chess Queen come on to be our defense against the dark arts professor? Nah, I wouldn't want any of that. You or Ahmad should try to get Lauer. I did. We tried repeatedly. It's and Lauer's reached out to me to talk about their platform they're building, but I think he's just busy. And also, like, why would you be on this show when you could be on like Fox News, right? Like, if you're interested in promoting especially if you're interested in promoting a product that you're building, like this is not something you have time to do, which is understandable. If the channel was bigger, I feel like I would have more pull, right? But yeah, and Secure ghosted him, so maybe we burned that bridge. It's definitely the luscious locks comments. I mean, I can't physically soap his hair, right? Over an internet connection. I could ask that he wash his hair on stream. Or maybe like we could just do the stream like Margot Robbie style where he's like in a hot tub. What about the collab with the Domo Capital guy? He did an AMA and seemed to have chatted with DFE. Maybe. I don't really know that much about him. It doesn't help that I'm like suspicious of all these like known people, like all these known entities. I really don't agree with their I really like I see what they're trying to do and I don't agree with it. And maybe like sometimes maybe I'm guilty of it myself and I try to avoid that, but it's hard. Like obviously like this kind of shit incentivizes that behavior. Um but I do feel like a lot of them are just trying to capitalize on this and not really providing anything of value. Laura's interested in dedicated traders. Yeah. Have you ever been approached by a hedge fund to spread FUD in return for compensation? No. No one's reached out to me to like spread any kind of negative message. I've had several like cryptocurrency fucking trading platforms reach out to me to like promote their product or like drive up their fucking like memberships or whatever. And then I've had like some products, like different products reach out to me, like the what's that like teaching platform? I forgot what it was. I told you guys about it when they messaged me. They have like, no, it wasn't beauty products. Not Babbel. Skillshare. That was it. Yeah, Skillshare reached out to me. They wanted me to like fucking pop them in for a minute during videos, but I don't really do videos. It'd be weird as fuck to do it in a live stream. So also they didn't offer me that much money. So I wasn't really fucking interested in dealing with the bullshit for the minimal compensation. That's been about it. There's been some fishier ones, but I've just ignored them. Yeah, no Raid Shadow Legends. Are you in the pocket of Big Bull Mayo? No. Like I wouldn't even at this point I wouldn't even provide value as a shill, right? Like the narrative on the stream has been bullish on GME for so long with really no deviation that like trying to flip me would be pointless. Because like the audience would just see through it right away, right? And then like it just doesn't seem like a good tactic. Like it'd be better to create like a new stream with someone else and just promote the shit out of it, right? And I feel like if they were gonna do that, that's what they would do, right? It'd be like a heavily promoted stream about GameStop. It would be like grassroots, right? Teofila, thank you so much for becoming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the no, I won't. I won't get you added to anything, but I'll see you in the members stream and you can say hi. Citadel LLC. We'll pay 10 million to stop your stream right now. Money talks. Let's see the Ko-Fi. I've come to meet with you again. God damn you. Stop it. Interview Han, Adan, and Moonwind. No, I don't want to interview any of those people on the stream. Business smart stance of moderation given the open popularity of the subject. I think so. I mean, that's why I don't sell merch, is because I think it would discredit the work I try to do. A BlackRock shill would say that. Do you ever have that chat with Astra after you finish your DD? Not sure if you think that would be a worthwhile collaboration or not. I didn't. He reached out to me after that debacle, and I haven't gotten back in touch. Yeah. I don't have a conservative. It's a fucking short squeeze. How would I have a conservative peak price? Why does everyone always ask that? Like someone, do you need confirmation that the stock's going to go up? If it goes up, it'll keep going up. You can't predict an unknown trend. Anybody who says they can is full of shit. Anybody who says it's only going to 500,000 is full of shit, just as much as anybody who says it's going to 20 million is full of shit. They have no fucking clue. It's an arbitrary number and it's baseless speculation. You have no idea what it will go to. All you can understand is price action and how it moves, and how to follow a trend. If you understand those things, you don't care how high it goes because you'll sell near the top. If I give you a market value of Feb 200C, would you yell with an expressionless face from 1269 to 1270 every day for a week? How much is that? $3,000? What am I yelling? Just like that? Well, now you have a clip of it. Now you can just play it on repeat. Oh well. Dan Almighty for mod. It's time. Quiet silence of the Dans. Where have you been? I'm definitely not interviewing Moonwind. He's always just grubbing around for attention. The last thing I'm going to do is give it to him in a real and important way. Also, you know, everyone will just be disillusioned with you and they won't like you anymore. You're taking on a lot of risk by trying to get an interview with me, man. What do you think about the sudden push for DRS? It's always been there, sure, but it seems super aggro lately. It's making me not want to do it. I've spoken about that repeatedly. I think by people, you know, making shit up about DRS and not just presenting its facts, that, you know, a community of people that are already sort of skittish are really going to not look favorably upon that kind of like strong push for anything. But it is the way it is. I don't know. It's kind of like you have the DD on DRS, and then you have what people say about DRS, and they are constantly diverging from one another. Do you have a conservative prediction for how fast I'll be banned if I spoil the Great British Bake Off? I'll ban you immediately. Hopefully Carl bans you before I see it. No, I'm just kidding, Fluffy. I don't care, actually. Yeah, we can have a song for Power Hour. I know the song to use, too. God damn it. Where did the... Where's Terran? Oh, he changed his name. God damn you. Why'd you become a Dan, Terran? Disappointing.
Hey, all you crazy pickle fans out there. I just wanted to say that everything's gonna be alright.
SPY is better for day trading.
Them short hedge funds are totally fucked. You know what I'm saying? I know this price action might frighten you, but don't worry. Hedgies are still fucked. At the end of the day, we're all gonna make so much motherfucking money. Yeah. So much fucking money. Not financial advice.
It's just doing the same shit. What does it matter which chart we're looking at? Show us this calf's kick. Looks like we found some tinfoil for the leftovers. Thanks, boom, bam, bop, bada bop, boom, pow. What educated guess would you say is the margin fail price? Somewhere between $1,000 and $4,000. We only need the smaller positions to start failing, right? We don't need the big shorts to fail right away. Once the smaller positions start to fail, that should catalyze the rest of the squeeze. What are the percent that the market will assign a fixed price to each synthetic instead of running free market? Unlikely unless it gets really, really, really fucking out of control and stays that way. I think then you'll start to see, like, if it stays in the squeeze for too long, then you can start to see some intervention occur. Do you have a PS5? I don't game on consoles. I'm a grown up. PC Master Race. What about a Wii U? I have the portable Switch, but I've never used it. Because I like got on it and the screen was small. And then I was like, I'll just play fucking Zelda on my computer. And then I did that for like a day. And then I was like, oh yeah, I don't like games that you don't win. Y'all know he plays on Game Boy Advance. The Dan's cornered me on Discord. It made me do things I don't feel comfortable talking about. Now all I can think about is what dumpster I'm going to go to next. Praise be to all Dans. P.S. Sorry, Mom. Oh, Dan for hire. You were better than that. Sad. Sad. We've lost a important member of the community to the Dans. Yet again. Magic the Gathering PS5 is for kids. I mean, Magic the Gathering is like the hardest game to play. I think of all the games. It's harder than like Go. So yeah, I don't think Magic the Gathering's for kids. Yeah, it's the most complex game on earth. Obviously, you haven't played Minecraft. It's up there. Different. Not even Turdan for hire. If we stay in a squeeze for a few days, say plus $3,000, do you think GameStop would be likely to issue more shares? No, I don't think GameStop. Like, I don't think Cohen wants to dilute his position anymore. I don't think that's beneficial for him, even in the event of a short squeeze. Maybe if it goes way the fuck up, they might. But no, it's harder than that. This isn't like a speculative analysis of Magic the Gathering. It's I think like MIT publishes is like a report on like the hardest games, and Magic the Gathering is like the hardest one. It's, Every time I win a game, I yell down the hall, "You're sleeping with a champion tonight, babe." And let me tell you, her silence speaks volumes. Oh boy. You weren't very good at MTG by 7th grade, the real Ken Griffin. The problem with Magic the Gathering is spending days in event halls filled with people whose asses are hanging out of their pants and smell like fucking Cheetos. Tell me I heard you wrong. No, Final Fantasy VII is my favorite Final Fantasy game. I never said anything about Final Fantasy at all. I was talking about Zelda. From what I understand, MTG is not for poors. You know, I never really spent money on it. I just borrowed decks from people and I was good. So once you're good at the game, you just get prizes all the time. And so it becomes relatively free. I enjoyed this stream due to the mystery. Is Girk single? Does he have bodies hidden in his closet? Does he secretly go around fighting crime at night wearing a mask? I don't know. Girk, I just hung a portrait of you above my fireplace. That's not weird at all. If you want to understand how complex MTG is, they have to constantly errata and change rules text for every set that comes out. The game has been going strong since 1993, and it's almost single-handedly is keeping Hasbro in business. It's keeping Hasbro rich. I don't know about in business. Don't forget they own Thomas the Tank Engine, too. So yeah, older formats are more expensive. How come AMC gets a channel and we get shot? We have a channel. We're in an uptrend, Carl. Respect the uptrend. Given that looking at the GME chart is kind of depressing, is there any discernible pattern playing out with LRC right now? No, it's just it's like a new hot crypto. It's all just going to be sentiment analysis. It's boring. It's going to go up and down. Just fucking buy below 250 if you can and sell above 3 and you'll be good. You'll make money. It's fucking, there's no point in it. I have no interest in analyzing LRC. Do Reddit and YouTube remove downvotes? No, Reddit has downvotes. YouTube, I think, is removing them. But some people still have them? When will you throw caution to the wind and make me a mod? Well, now that you've asked, I don't want to. Yeah, the basics are easy to learn, but playing at like a super competitive level is very hard. It's the year 2025. GME is 10.2 million a share, and 12 pack of Hot Pockets costs $420.69. Hate crimes towards Dan's are at an all-time high, and Pickle Entertainment Network can't stop bashing them. All right, don't just come out of the fucking gate and start acting like you've been a Dan all along. All right, Taryn. There's some Dans that can talk to me that way, but you're not one of them yet. Now, if you'd been Taryn, I would have accepted this line of questioning, but no. No, mod me, Elon Musk. I'll bring nothing to the table. Why do people want to be mods? It sounds like too much effort. I don't know. Status. People want status. They want to lord it. Carl was a pigeon whale. He wanted to lord it. But I saw potential in Carl. Everybody else I've made a mod didn't even ask. I just made them a mod. I chose wisely. Mod me. I'm always Moonwine. You're out of the running, man. Carl's an OG pigeon whale. Tom Tom was the first pigeon whale. Do you regret making Carl a mod? Sometimes. But other times I don't. Sometimes I'm like, I'm glad I made Carl a mod. And that's good. We don't have to agree on everything. I don't want a lackey. I want to be challenged. I'm only a mod by association. That's not true. Excuse you? What? I chose Carl. You're welcome. Dan Almighty for mod. It's not happening, Silence of the Dans. If this is your new campaign, you've chosen a poor candidate. The urge of flexing over pores was too strong. I had to be a pioneer at something in life. Well, you are. You are the first pigeon whale. The glory forever yours. You can even lord that above other pigeon whales, technically speaking. What are the chances you write up a short guide on how to set EMAs for an asset? 0. It's absolutely 100% 0, Stefan. Am I into leather? No. I've never been assigned, by the way. You've come close. If you have capital, you can't technically ever get assigned, right? Because you can just roll. I have a paintbrush here. Want to be noob? Okay, the paintbrush is now a mod. OG corn trader for mod. No, I bought the paintbrush to get dust out of my keyboard. My keyboard had gotten dusty, and I didn't like that. I asked you 5 times about deferments pre-last run. You don't want to be challenged about that? Or Tuesday Phantom Volume? Phantom Volume? I answered the deferment questions. And even FINRA is unable to really narrow down the deferment periods, Marcus Aurelius. Who do you think the counterparty is to the short hedge funds future contracts? Honestly, probably themselves. Or, you know, someone who wants to short GME, which can't be a large number of people. Was 11.3 T plus 6 BBBY or both? It was both. There's same ETF baskets. Same FTDs for both baskets. But it could have also been. I think it was exacerbated by BBBY's announcement. I think that's why we saw the covering occur first thing in the morning like that. I think they got spooked. And so they had covering they needed to do, which they probably planned to drag out a little. And they covered immediately instead. I'm the counterparty. Does them opening up new swaps add double the fun for them? I mean, not if they closed another one, right? If they closed one and opened one, then it just stays relatively the same. If they've opened additional swaps, then yes. Increased exposure. Small meow. Give me an update on what happened over the past week or so. Seems like things didn't go expected at all. Well, they did for a minute, and then they very much did not. And then the price got driven down, which we did expect. So two things that we've expected have happened, not necessarily in the right order, and we didn't see the volume that we wanted to indicate a roll. 130 or 113% short interest on GameStop got reported for about a day, and 13 million shares to borrow got reported the next day. So some anomalies in the data sets, and then, which, you know, obviously probably aren't anomalies or glitches, but I think that's about it. There's a possibility that some of their volume got deferred out, extending their window to cover. And there's also a possibility that somebody got margin called, which would also be extended. That's pretty much a summation, I think. That was solid. PayPal is reversing and SPY is strong. SPY's looking good. If these options don't pan out, can I sell pickles and cheese? I mean, me and Dave are gonna sue you if you do. If you infringe on our um, intellectual property. YouTube took your money. Well, yeah, that happened. Oh, you missed my birthday, small meow, which wasn't cool of you, but I understand. When GME touches the EMA 160, calls are super good. When it touches the 180, they're super duper good. Pretty much. Oh, for me? You're gonna sell pickles and cheese for you want to work at me and Dave's cheese shop? I don't know. I was thinking we would automate it. I don't really want to have employees. You do understand that you'll have to wear a pickle costume in an humid cheese beneficial environment. It will be made of polyester and tightly woven. Should we still expect a December 22nd run up? We should, except maybe it'll occur a little earlier. They seem to want to fuck with the settlement periods. So if they're going to do that, you know, we can just widen our window of expectation. Can you provide your updated opinion on Visa? Just crossed over the PSAR, about to cross over Maxi. The market's coming back. It's bullish. 200s are probably a fairly, an interesting bet. It's a tough resistance, but a turnaround is likely. I think a break of 200 would be a good signal of that. God. Caterpillar just hates me. Positive EPS, here we come. The 22nd gets settled next week. You sent me a very strange time frame here. Does this not go forward more? I could dig into it. And it does, but it's hard to determine what that's actually an indication of. Oh my god, is that Cough Burp? What's up, Cough Burp? Guys, it's Cough Burp. What's the new DD? What new DD? Having a new trading program for the SPY. All you do is the opposite of me, guaranteed to print. Cough Burp, finally getting the recognition he's always wanted. Look at PayPal. I mean, everything's kind of undervalued right now. It's up 5%. It's had a nice day. Everything's coming up because the market's coming back up, right? So if SLD got deferred, and we're seeing the end of SLD now, right? And the market's going to rally. We're already kind of seeing that play out. What's Baba doing with these puts? Is Baba coming back up? Fuck you, Alibaba. All right, I'm gonna close this. Is Jimmy even trading? I don't know. It's consolidating hard. Look at this wedge. That's a beautiful wedge. Supplemental liquidity deposits. Could you draw a wedge? Maybe it'll do something. No, because I want more cheap options. I don't want to manipulate the market with too many lines. God, I love my 465 calls. Beautiful. What a great play, Turd, right? Are you still in on it? Are you still on the 465s? Did you know the sign guy from New Jersey is a member? I didn't. That's super cool. As it turns out, the thing that was on the other side of 180 was yet another 180. It's like we did a 180 and looked back at ourselves in the mirror. Jamie for life. At least we're doing stuff. Spy or VIX? I mean, if the spy's going down, the VIX, I guess. Could play puts on the VIX. Yeah, he joined last week, and Trace Subway Cup joined the week before. You're getting huge, dude. 8 News Network, huge fan. Wait, he's in here. Hey, what's up? What's up, man? Can you put an animated pigeon wheel on screen for the last 20 minutes? The new pigeon wheel know they were robbed by not having it all day. Damn, I forgot about that. You know what, Fluffiosa? You could have just kept your mouth shut. Now look at the camera and tell Trash Dan hello. That has to come about organically. I have to come clean. The morning we started dipping, I deleted every support line under 200 except 180. It's my fault we're back at this evil fucking number. All right. Now when people harass me on Reddit, I'm just like it was Zakire's fault. I just slide into my brine jar and then wait for the morning for the market to reopen. Do you think we'll be consolidating this wedge until earnings or breakout up down before? I mean, we could see a breakout soon. Anything going on tomorrow? Something. iPad Surface? No, it's just like some shitty Amazon drawing tablet. Pablo Domingo, whenever he makes eye contact with us, he also stares down into our fucking souls. Thanks, Trash. Your hat's extra shiny today. It is reflective, actually. Are December monthlies any good? Near the money? I think they're kind of shit, frankly. Yeah, today does not look like action indicative of a roll. Neither did yesterday. So, looking good for a fail. Which is super bullish. I think we prefer a fail. Yeah. Fails are preferred. You bought Baba puts? I bought some Baba puts. God damn it. Ah. And I sold them for what I bought them for. Probably too soon. Can you tell us that there's always a bull market somewhere? Sure. What do you think about the price of Feb 18th and the money calls? Look tempting. They're much cheaper today. They're a very attractive price currently. What are some of your favorite car brands? Do you like Toyotas? Yeah, Toyota, Honda, um, are the most reliable. I do like Kia and Hyundai, um, quite a bit. Porsche, not a big fan of BMW and Mercedes or anything else. That's probably my whole list of cars that I would put money on. Mercedes are pieces of shit. They're expensive as fuck to fix. You think Toyotas are reliable after uncommanded acceleration recalls? I can still had brake pedals. Kia not what they used to be? Hmm. Subarus aren't what they used to be. I mean, Lexus is Toyota, right? How do you think fails will affect earnings price action with regards to alleged short attack? Looking to increase my GME position. I know 180 is great, but debating earnings buy instead. I mean, it's a chance, right? Anytime you're at a low like this, there's some risk that you don't nail the bottom, right? The bottom might have been a 173 today. That might be it. We generally don't test the 180 EMA too often. You think Theta Decay will outpass gains on 121, 250, 300 if we hit? No, absolutely not. Theta Decay won't outpass gains at that point. You're not going to have all that much Theta Decay. That, like, you'll get a little bit, but not a significant amount. Power 10 minutes, let's go. Looks like a $20 gain cycle for the floor. Still think we'll fill that 171 gap. Maybe not. I mean, there was a push for it, but yeah, we failed to fill it. It could have been filled in after hours at some point. So there may not be like a significant gap there. Can you explain what spoofing does? I don't get it. It's generally would drive, not on GameStop. It doesn't really, it's not super effective, but it drives liquidity in an asset by creating lots of interest. They place orders and pull them before they're filled, and it looks like there's a lot of activity in the order book, and so that can cause, you know, high frequency traders or algorithmic traders to hop on board for, you know, potential price action, driving volume. What does filling a gap do? Doesn't always happen. There's a 510 gap that needs to be filled. It's market makers prefer to fill them. They like to have volume traded at every price for their books. I don't know. Gap theory is pretty loose, but it does play out pretty often. It's kind of like fibs. Like they're more reliable because of the number of people that use them than they are because of like if there's a gap, like traders might wait for it to fill before buying, right? And that could be that in and of itself could like hold buy pressure, like to the downside. For instance, if you know they're waiting for that gap to fill, then it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Yeah. If they fail all of the December dates, do you think it would be enough volume to get on the reg show restrictions? Yeah. Not volume, but FTDs. Yeah, FTDs could. I think this cycle without the massive institutional selling that we saw in the last cycle, I think this cycle should have significantly more FTDs. Without that additional liquidity being provided by the ETFs and by the GameStop share release that was provided for the September futures cycle. I think they may have failed September because they could. That's a possibility. It's also a possibility that the gamma ramp, you know, drove illiquidity and made it so they were unable to roll. Which is interesting. But you know, we've wait, what was I talking about? I just totally forgot my train of thought. What was I answering? Oh, yeah. So without that liquidity provided by, you know, the share offering and the ETF rebalancing, then, you know, a December fail could mean significant FTDs, and much like last year, in addition to the reg show threshold list. I can't say I have Fluffiosa. Thanks, EJ. I believe it landed on the reg show threshold around 12:15 or so last year. Dementia. Asking because I hate both. Would it be wise financial decision to sell some shares to upgrade to Pigeon Whale? Absolutely not. Boosted Siggy. I would say that that is a terrible fucking idea. That's right. Say it. You like them December 31st C's. I don't. I don't like them at all. The vacuum Roomba hits the mop Roomba again. They sound upset. Lehman Brother Holdings Cap TSTV up 1900% today. Good for them. With the tangle of potential deferment on margin, earnings, etc., what two top indications are you looking for to confirm fail or roll? Or is it a fool's errand to predict the near-term move? I'm still looking at volume and price action as an indicator of a roll. I think that's our best bet. If we don't see those come in, they cannot defer the roll. The contract must be rolled by the roll date. There is no deferral there. Does the chart you drew show boom and after hours? What are those lines? They're just lines. Ignore them. One's a support line and it's drawn on a different time scale than the one we're looking at, so it's irrelevant. I had a Roomba attack a dog poop while I was asleep, donated it, and never looked back. What is that purple line? Which one? So instead of one contract, they set up two or multiple and roll one and fail the other. Is that possible? Sure. They probably do have multiple. We can't see the OI on them, so it's hard to say. Jimmy on Rachel threshold list started 12/8. Oh, interesting. That's a deferral date. Thanks for letting me know. That's relevant. 12/8 would be the fail of the 19th, right? Last year. Hold on. I just want to see something here. 12/8 was the fail. Or the first appearance. The fail occurred here on November 3rd. Interesting. Hmm. Is that a chainsaw? $12.7. Ding. Oh. Huh. Ding ding. Yeah. Um It sounds like a fucking chainsaw, right? I'm not singing the goddamn thing. It's not happening. Thank you, Darth Dan. Thanks, Ecstasy. Yeah, just a $2.50 bid-ask spread. Unsubbed. All right. See you later, man. All right. Thank you guys so much. Enjoy unwatching the stream and unsubscribing. Make sure you hit the dislike on your way out, and I will see you guys never again. Have a lovely day. No, I'm just kidding. I'll see you all bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Have a good one. Not an advisor. Frigulon.